There. Hey. Make sure we're live. There we go. We are live, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Good morning. Welcome to the behind the scenes section of Living Splitscreen. We are still getting some things set up here, but I do want to thank you all for joining us here at 9 a.m. on point, and we got to show up for you on point. But yes, we are still doing some things. Hey, Pong, man, you wanna talk to the people? Oh, Fun Speculation Mav is in here early this morning.
There's no way he woke up. There is no way in hell he woke up. Good to see you, brother. Good to see Jesse Darby, Andrew Cullinane, Tim the Sorcerer, Rescue Squad Culp. We got Outbreak Podcast. Dave, brother, great to see you in here. And of course, Jacob Novick, being one of the first to jump in here, actually the first person to jump in here today. Jacob, good to see you as well. It is an awesome morning. Jacob Novick already coming in with topics. Look at this. Can I tell you one thing I think was bad about Sony's earning call? Not something about the meeting itself, but a word by the site I think is bad. I think I saw your tweet on this, Jacob. Look, man, words do have different meanings to different people, right? I didn't take it that way, but I know what you're talking about when somebody says we're going to take action. Sometimes that can mean legal action. So yes, I do understand why you said that was a bad word, but I think it was just a matter of lost in translation. To most people, they probably understand that Sony's not taking legal action because their engagement numbers are down.
Yeah, nah.
I think most people know that means that you're going to try to get those engagement numbers up. But we might get into that a little bit as we talk about earnings calls and what they mean or what they possibly could mean.
They don't mean anything, Pong. You're a fake neutral.
They don't mean anything until they mean something, Steel.
Hey.
That's my great wisdom for the day.
Fake neutral shouldn't be concerned with those types of things, Pong.
I just want to make sure we're not toxic positive. That's all I want to make sure.
Toxic positive, my fault. It's all about the toxic positivity. As you guys can see, I'm moving things around on the screen, again, readjusting everything. So bear with me for a moment. Again, we will be going fully live here the next 10 minutes. So definitely, again, appreciate you all for being here with us. What's the chat talking about, Pong? What they got saying in there early this morning, man?
Hey, Jesse Darby, you know you're always going to get a shout out here, brother. Yeah. So, and don't when you're on the show, like, or when you're in the chat, somebody like Boom or whatever the case may be in one of Boom's channels. Shout out to Boomstick too. You know what? A lot of times it's so busy in there that a lot of things go unresponded to. But I'm surprised if nobody said hi to you because that's not normally the case. But Boom does try to get to everybody. But again, 400, 500 people. You know, it sometimes it's hard, but man, don't take it personal. But you're always going to get a shout out here, Jesse, man. We appreciate you coming through, man, for sure. And you and I have been hanging out in chats together for a long time, my friend. So you'll always get a shout out here. So for sure.
That is a big fact. At least, man. I mean, again, I can't predict the future, but if we do end up blowing up, I can't guarantee that we'll be able to get to everybody. But
no, that would be a 2-hour show unto itself if we had like an RDX audience, man. So,
but I can at least guarantee that, like other shows have done, we'll definitely have a tier or something to that nature to where you want to make sure that your name does get constantly shouted out. We'll have something there for that. But other than that, even without it, as long as we can, as long as we can keep up with everything, we will always shout everybody out in chat, at least the best we can, and until we get moderators or anybody else that can kind of do that side of things.
Yeah, Peter Moore's comments this week were interesting, Jesse. That's for damn sure. But he's always been that dude. Always. I said the same thing. Peter Moore is about the smoke, man. Peter, that's why a lot of people to this day still love Peter Moore. And of course, I've been around while following Peter Moore forever when it comes to his career. Because I love the guy, right?
I mean, he did really good. He knows what he's doing. So.
He knows what he's doing, but he was always about that competition, that heavy competition between companies And I think that if you actually sat him down and talked about like what that has led to nowadays with the console war, because again, the console war is all fun and games until it ain't no more. When you start going after devs, when you start getting personal with people, and I think Peter Moore would say that he even draws the line at the personal attacks, the clown show that likes to get down and dirty, like we're in a war. I think that Peter Moore would probably say that that crosses the line for him too. But again, Peter Moore's always been about that business, man. He really has. Shit.
I mean,
dude got tattoos. Okay,
he comes from that cloth, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's how it was back then. I mean, and it is definitely something to get into because it's something that to have competition is always going to be a beautiful and a great thing, and that's the main thing that he was speaking to. There doesn't need to be a full kumbaya between everybody because then people won't innovate. That's been proven in any line of business. So that's the perspective that when I saw that interview, that's what, and I saw the full interview, not what somebody posted and took out and put a comment on and said, oh, he's saying console wars are necessary. No, it's, there has to be a healthy level of competition there. It's there in sports teams. It's there in the car scene, whatever the case may be. You have to have that because that's what keeps the conversation going. Yeah, we can also have a little bit of the in-between where it's like, hey, you know, we want to push gaming forward. That's of course, but like Pong was mentioning, it's when you turn it into attacks and threatening lives and people's livelihoods and not understanding. Best way that I can put it is like being emotionally ignorant. That's not a good thing either, right? Especially in a hobby or it's something like that should be treated like an art, like gaming or like painting or anything else like that. You want to go to a museum, be like, and just start arguing with people, random people, that this painting is better than all these other paintings in this building. Like that just wouldn't make any sense. But you know, you can argue to different artists why you like those artists, paintings that they've drawn in the past, and why you support those things, and it's kind of the same thing.
And the whole thing with the sports thing, because that's the biggest analogy that always comes up about that stuff. The biggest thing with the sports, though, look, again, I'm from Minnesota, so Vikings-Packers rivalry is one of the biggest in the NFL, right? We got people who are from Wisconsin or who even grew up in Minnesota that are Packers fans, right? That's always been a thing. But the whole point being is when that's brought up, I hate that because friendly ribbing and jarring, you know, going back, sparring back and forth about better team and, you know, Aaron Rodgers is a dog shit and all that kind of stuff, right? there's that stuff, right?
Oh, good shit.
And that's fun. And that is a part of sports. But you know what also happens is if you watch sports games and if you've ever been to a Packers-Vikings game or a Packers-Bears game or whatever the case, there's those people in the stands. There's thousands of people there cheering on their teams, having a good laugh every once in a while, you know, talking to fans of the other team. But then you got those clowns that show up that start fights, that start throwing beers. And guess what? It involves, all of a sudden it ruins other people's experiences who are there just to watch the game and have a good time, right? And that's always my point is that you take it too far and it affects those people around that are just there to have a good time, right? And that's where I say, look, you can make that sports analogy, but even in sports, you got the clowns, man, that show up that ruin everybody else's experience, and you don't want to be one of those people because that's where everybody looks at you and goes, "What the fuck's wrong with you, man? We're here to watch a fucking game. What are you doing?
Yeah, what are
you doing? What are you doing? Why are you getting into fights with people, random strangers that you don't know? Why are you throwing beer on people? Why are you doing all that's, I mean, again, that's it's fine to make that analogy because it's real. That rival, you know, that kind of back and forth is there, but it crosses the line, man. It does. So good morning, Caitlin. Great to see you. Dan the Man Cunningham showing up in here. Doom Reaper, spooky, breathtaking gamer.
Oh, he's here now.
Live from Australia. Good to see you, sir. As always, brother, you know what it is. Stanley Francois, shout out to you, King. Shout out to you. Stanley Francis Wall. Oh man. Fun, what kind of game you playing? Rumworld. Yes, Rimworld does look like the Escapist or the prison architect, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. That's exactly what it looks like. But it's really cool. It's really cool. I want to talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, I
Bunty. Good old Bunty showing up here. Great to see you, sir. Been a minute.
You Bunty.
Crazy Louis Gaming. Thank you for the support as always, brother, with your videos. Thank you. Great to see you, crazy one.
I think I'm finished setting that up, so that's going good. Try one more thing properly. Just wrapping some last few touches up here, ladies and gentlemen, before we get started here. Just a few things here. Oh, Bayao. We are using Discord currently at the moment, so hopefully that's coming through clear for you guys. Hopefully no issues. I know there was a thing before to where the timing as far as like the audio and everything was a little off. So let me know if that still is the case, whether that's something that's noticeable to you, because I may be able to make some slight adjustments to that. Yeah, I might be able to make some slight adjustments to that, so just let me know. It might be something I might have to pay attention to down the road or whatever the case. But if you can, and if you notice it, let me know in the chat. That'll help me out a lot. Other than that, like Pong has been doing, shouting out everybody. Appreciate you, Fastback, also for tuning in
while lurking. Yeah, brother Chris in the house. Good to see you as well. Isilders Bane. Always good to see you as well.
Hey, and Bunty, Wagwan partner, Wagwan. How you doing, my guy? How you doing? Hopefully you feeling really nice right now. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, but we got quite a few things to talk about this week, man. I've kind of been all over the place, so hopefully Pong can carry us to victory now. But there is probably definitely gonna be get some help segments I feel coming on. And this is some things that we do here.
There might be one in there. It's just
might be one.
A little rant action going on for sure.
But you know, we like to address the community, and again, you can't build it up without addressing everything. I know a lot of people. I'm gonna say a lot. I'm not gonna say a lot. There are some people who say that, oh, you guys are such fake neutrals. You're overly positive. You're doing too much. I can't believe you've done this. Shout out to Luca. That was the first place I heard that.
Back from the dead. Good to see you, brother. Thanks for dropping on in here this morning. Yeah, man, it's interesting, Steel.
It is. Well,
it's interesting. People can't like games, man. You can't like games if you're the head of Xbox, man.
No, you can't like anything.
You can't like games, man.
Can't like anything.
Can't.
You know, you got only stick to your ecosystem, and that's all. Only games that you can.
Yeah. Play. Or you got to be like Jim Ryan and not play any games and
that
look like a fish out of water with your headset and your controller in your hands.
I mean,
you got to do videos from dark hotel rooms.
From dark hotel rooms.
Jim Ryan's man. I'm telling you, I don't get it. Every time he does a video, like there's been like one where it looked like he was actually in his house, but otherwise he's doing freaking Zoom calls from hotels. That's what it looks like to me all the time.
Really? That's not ever good.
Hey, maybe the man's traveling all the time. I don't know.
Maybe. I went ahead and made some quick adjustments from what I could tell, because it does look like the audio may be a little off for me on my end. So hopefully that helps it. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I guess we'll find out on the back end of things. But let's get into this show, ladies and gentlemen. It is past 9:15. Gotta get it to you guys, right? Get y'all live, raw, and cut. It starts your Saturday morning. Music rocking and rolling and rocking.
Oh, it's going on. Really, Game Informer?
What happened? What they're doing?
Got fucking video advertisements now that pop up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. trying to make that money.
Somebody got to.
They're in trouble.
Trouble to say the least. All right, here we go. In T minus 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Do you hear that audio?
Yeah.
I don't hear the audio. I think I know why.
Oh wait. Well.
In that case, I'm gonna start it again. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, there's just something about that tune that gets my morning going. Hopefully it gets yours going also. But you have been introduced, and now welcome to Living Splitscreen, episode 66. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I want to thank you all for coming and sitting within the rain while we pump some soul into you to get your Saturday morning started. Hopefully some of you realized the little puns I threw in there, but maybe you didn't. But with that also being said, I gotta shout out the Midweek Mix-Up Collective just for sponsoring us and letting us be us. That's always a beautiful thing as we get this community built out. And with that being said, today, for those who are joining live, if you're on YouTube, audio listeners, look, guys definitely got to come join us. And a matter of fact, the audio listeners aren't going to be able to see because I didn't start recording, but I'm going to start recording right now. So the audio listeners are now tuned in. But that's all right because I'll be able to edit that in the background. So that's all right. But for those who are tuned in live today on Living Splitscreen, where we go live every Saturday, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, and 3 p.m. UK time. On YouTube, I do have some gameplay of Synced Off Planet. It is a game that is currently in open beta or something to that nature. I don't exactly recall, but what ended up happening is you have to sign up for it to test the game out and to run some things for them. And I did. Apparently this game has been out since 2020, if I'm not mistaken. I talked about it a little bit last week, where the mode that they currently had active when I was jumping into it was called a runner mode. Basically, it was like a battle royale, except it was a little bit different. It was a PvEVP kind of setup. Not only do you have to fight the monsters, and that's how you were honestly making the bulk of your money, because the objective in this game, or in this mode, their take on battle royale is it's not just about the kills. It's about points. So your team gathers points. You have like you have 2 lives after you die. So you die the one time, you have 2 additional lives, so 3 in total if you want to count it that way. And so you get multiple chances to come back. And the main points, how you get the bulk of your points, as you guys might see, are going to be these drop ships that come in, and they'll start off with like a 500 coin drop, and then a 700 coin drop, and a 1,000 coin drop. So you can kind of anticipate to where, as you're moving throughout the game, these games typically take, from what I was experiencing, about 15 to 20 minutes, which is actually pretty dope, especially when you're considering you're fighting other monsters, you're getting different guns, you're trying to level up your armor, you're also fighting other people in the meantime, between time. So there's a lot of constant action that's going on. It's a really dope game. I think their concept on the Battle Royale is actually super dope. It's different enough to where it doesn't feel like other games or other Battle Royales. And I think that's what we're going to constantly see as we see others constantly, what's the word? As they keep trying to reinvigorate that style of gameplay, because you can't just keep having 100 people drop in, boom, kill each other, that's it. That has become kind of stale at some point for certain games. Now, unless you're like a PUBG or Fortnite or a Warzone, those are the only games that can do that and do it very well. We'll see if Halo's able to do it, but definitely check it out. Synced Off World. Currently it's only on PC. Hopefully it does come to everything. This could be a sleeper hit if it came to Xbox. I think a lot of people would mess with this game, man. But other than that, again, ladies and gentlemen, if you are here, please hit that like button. I do see we're about 21 out of 20 of the people who are live right now. That's an awesome ratio. Can't complain about that. But if you're on the audio side of things, please, Spotify, Apple, Google, wherever you get your RSS feeds, let us know how we're doing, how you feeling, what we can do to improve the show here at Living Split Screen, just to make it better for our community, man. We are going live from Discord today. Discord is something that we're going to try to work on building out at some point, whenever we get something put together, so at least people can have open conversations. Because I'll be honest, I don't use Discord that often, so it is what it is. I do need to use it more because I do understand that it has good audio quality, and overall it's a good system for a multitude of gamers to kind of connect and just have that conversation with you. But no further ado, I have to introduce you to myself first. I am Steel Rain. The T is a 7 everywhere if you want to search that up. But I gotta introduce you guys to the uncanny gentleman himself, the X-Men who is not Cyclops, my brother from another, Pong. So, what's going on, man? How you feeling?
Good morning. Look, this is an absolutely fantastic week. For anybody in the chat who wasn't paying attention and didn't know, because the man hides his birth date on Twitter, so he doesn't get those balloons. He did shout himself out, and some people caught it. Listen, I am finally podcasting with a proper adult, as my brother, I Steel Rain, has joined the old man club because he is no longer in his 20s. That's right, folks. July 28th was Steel's birthday, his 30th birthday. So now the Make Me Feel Old segment is going to apply to both of us. So it's going to be a changed person on the other side from me, because Steel now understands what it's like. So everybody, if you did not shout him out, please give him a belated happy birthday for the one, the only, Mr. Live, Raw, and Uncut Steel Rain. That's right. What a great week. Sorry, Steel, I had to do that.
No, you're good.
I love you. You're 30 now. You're 30. You got to tone things down. You got the 30 shirt on today.
Is that what it is? It's the 30 shirt? That's what this is?
Yeah, that's like the 30 shirt, man. And you like went into the back of the closet and you're like, oh, now I'm 30. Now I can pull this out. That's what that is. That's what it is.
I don't think that was the case when I pulled the shirt out, but you know, I'll take it. I don't mind that.
It's all right. The only thing that really matters is you're starting to catch up to me. So now you see that's how that works.
I mean, somebody got you, right?
Yeah. Because numbers stop after a certain point.
Yeah.
No, it's been a great week. Steel, ultra busy in real life. But overall, we did get some interesting gaming news this week. So conversations have been lively, to say the least, in some aspects on Twitter and such. Right. But overall, listen, gaming wise, it's been fun. It's been really fun. Okay. I actually, I obviously been deep into Borderlands 3 for the past couple weeks here. Yeah. It's really clicked with me. Loving it, the guns, everything. It's been really fun. Beat As Dusk Falls, book 2, which I posted on Twitter. Again, anybody who has hesitations, if you have access to great cloud internet and you can get xCloud and it's high quality, this game is the perfect game for xCloud. You don't have to download it. I just suggest that everybody tries it. Interior Night, the dev behind it, just had done a master class of storytelling with this game. So I always do this with any Game Pass game for sure. Try it. See if it grabs you. What? Don't let the graphics necessarily, if they're not doing it for you and you say, I don't know about that slideshow effect and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
Listen, just give it a try and see, because from start to end, Steel, This game, the story, the acting, the decision making was nothing but a masterclass.
Okay.
And I can't wait to get more. And I'm not going to spoil things. Fun and I and Cycle might have a spoiler cast at some point about this game, where we do go into depth and kind of see where our stories were different from each other. But again, these games are few and far between that grab me like this.
Right.
And so just absolutely shout out to Interior Night. Just an absolute ridiculously great game. Had so much fun with it. I hope we get more. The funny part is I know a lot of people are going back and redoing because it's set up so that you can go back to like they give you points in the story where you can go back and just redo decisions if you want to see what it would make a difference.
Okay.
I finished the game. I deleted it because I wanted. That's my personal story that I created. That's how it feels. Like I created my own personal movie with this game or book with this game, and I honestly don't even want to see how it would be different. Like it's so good the way that it ended up, and I'm so satisfied with everything in that I don't need to go back and see it. Maybe some point I will. But right now, I'm so happy with it, man. It's such a great story. So I did that as well, and then I jumped in. Again, everybody knows I'm a budget gamer, so I do have to plan things out. We got a ton of games coming. But I made a decision on another game, and I actually picked it up, and that was a game that launched. We talked about it last weekend, of course, when we went through upcoming games. But RimWorld, I jumped into it. Colony sim game, survival. They call it a story generator. This has been out on PC for a year and a half, 2 years, I think it is. It took PC by storm. There are literally people on there that have thousands of hours into RimWorld. And they brought it over to the consoles. Another one of these games that a lot of people never thought would see the light of day on console. Not going to be for everybody in any stretch of the imagination. Like Matt put in earlier in the chat, the graphics are like The Escapist or Prison Architect.
Yeah.
So the graphics aren't going to be what pulls you into this, right? It's about the idea of what you're going to experience while you're developing this colony. Every colonist is different with so many characteristics. I told the story on PM, and I'll say it here for anybody who wasn't there on Thursday night. I was going through the colonists and I was so focused on their different stats, like in hunting, cooking, medical, social. And you get 3 colonists, and in one of the modes, you get 3 colonists to start up.
Good one, yeah.
And you got to balance out your team, right, Steel? Because you want to make sure that you're good in a lot of different areas. So I was too focused on balancing out my team that I wasn't paying attention to other things. So I started the game. I got this good balance, and I was like, all right, let's try it this way. Let's see how this goes. So I started this with 3 colonists, and I'm getting set up. I'm starting to build walls. I'm starting to do all the normal stuff that you have to do in this type of survival game. I've picked out my spot on the map where I was going to start, and I was building out walls and stuff. And all of a sudden you start getting, you got live notifications going up of different events happening and stuff going on. I mean, that's typical for these types of games. All of a sudden I got an alert. And I think I don't remember the name because I didn't rename my colonist because I knew this colony was going to die real quick because I'm just learning things. So I didn't rename it, but it was like Midor or Midor or Meador or something like that. Anyways, one of my colonists pops up with an alert and says Meador is confused. Like confused. And then I look at the screen. She's running off the screen into the forest. She's running away from my colony. I'm like, what the hell's going on? So I go up to the alert and I click on it and I open it up to see what's going on. Well, I didn't realize that I had created a colonist, or I had accepted one of the colonists who was already 75 years old, 73 years old, 78 years old. Steel.
Right.
So it says Meador is confused due to dementia. I'm like, what the? Are you kidding me right now? So she runs off. She winds up, I can't bring her back. So she sleeps in the forest, and then she wakes up, and my other 2 colonists are doing fine. They're going about their day, going about their business, building up and going to bed, normal and all that kind of stuff. Then all of a sudden she's not confused. Her dementia goes away, so she comes back to the colony, and she's my best scientist, Steel. So she's got to do all my research. So now I got to watch what's going on. So all of a sudden she's at the research table doing a bunch of research. Next thing you know, she's in the middle of research. Am I watching my research bar go up? And I'm like, cool. All of a sudden, Theodore is confused. Also, she's running off again, Steel. This is only a glimpse at how deep this game is. I had a rabid hare go wild, start biting my colonists. Bro, this game is crazy. Again, I'm just in the beginning stages, just learning it. I went through the tutorial. The tutorial is very basic. They even say that in the game, like, hey, you're going to learn a lot on the go. So I am learning, but this game is crazy with the situations that come up in it. And so, yeah, I picked up RimWorld, having a great time with that as well. As I said last week, I deleted NBA 2K22, so that is off the chart. So Borderlands 3 has now replaced that for me. But yeah, that's been pretty much my week of gaming here. Oh, I also jumped back into Aliens Fireteam. I did. I re-downloaded it. All these new Aliens games. Yeah, all these new Aliens games coming out kind of got me in the mood for Aliens. So I re-downloaded Fireteam. They've done a ton of work on it. There's been a ton of updates on it. And I bought it originally. I bought the big edition when it originally came out. So I've got all the, I've got all the outfits and all the gun skins, whatever else. But I started playing that again. And loving it. It's still, there's things that aren't right about it, and it's not easy when you're going in as a single player. It's definitely a co-op game. You get your bots with you. They're really dumb. But I'm having a good time again with Aliens Fireteam. So did that a little bit too this week. But other than that, hey, before I pass it back to you, Stu, real quick. Before I want to forget, you mentioned Midweek Mix-Up Collective. Yeah. Hey, this is a great group of podcasters, support, and part of that team is Xbox International with Crazy Louie and Sour Blow and Siphon and all these guys over there. Sour Blow hit me up last night, and he wanted me to help cross promote something. And obviously we do this for our brothers. So listen, next Saturday, Sour Blow, and I'm going to put the link up here in the chat. Sour Blow is premiering a video an hour before we go live here on Living Splitscreen. So you got to head over to his channel because he put together a video about Xbox in Japan. And obviously that's a big topic that Steel and I have talked about. Xbox gaining that foothold over in the East, or at least cracking open the door over there again, and making some inroads. And we know it's starting to work over there. So Sour Blow has put together a great video, which he's going to premiere next Saturday morning at 9 a.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. So before we go live here, head on over there if you are awake. And I'm going to put the link in the chat right now. Head over there, give him some support. Sourblow 18 is his channel. You can find it through the link, but you will not be disappointed. Sourblow does great work over there along with all the guys from Xbox International, so go check all of them out, but be there next week and Saturday, 9 a.m. Eastern for Sourblow's premiere of his new video. So shout out to everybody in the Midweek Mix-Up Collective as well. But chat, great to see you all. Steel, I'll pass it over to you now, brother. I've talked for long enough.
No, you're 100% good. Just a little bit about what I've gotten into this week. Multiverses has been a blessing and then kind of a curse at the same time, because it's been exactly what I have wanted for a brawler coming to multiple consoles, right? Or just multiple places multiple platforms, I should say. It's 10 times better than Brawlhalla. Brawlhalla did not connect for me. I thought Brawlhalla had a lot more distance to cover. And I am one of those ones where it's like, hey, if you're going to do Super Smash Brothers, just do Smash Brothers. Like, just take it. Like, and change the characters up. Take that style. And Multiverses has done just that, except it doesn't feel like the new Smash Brothers. It feels like the Melee days, Nintendo 64, GameCube, around that era, when Super Smash Brothers was like truly 100% competitive, all about skill and everything else. Not to say that it's not today, but there are a lot of other variances that are in there. But Multiverses has been an excellent game. They just recently put LeBron in there. I didn't think a basketball player would work in that game also, but it does. And there's so much of a possibility for characters that they can add to this game, which is another beautiful thing. Right now they got characters like Arya Stark, they got Batman, they got Harley Quinn, they got Jake from Adventure Time. They could add Johnny Bravo, they could add Dexter from Dexter's Laboratory. There's so many different characters that they could end up adding into here, and it could literally be what Smash Brothers could have been, especially when you see the type of viewership that game is getting right now. I think that on Twitch, the game was still getting over 100K views, 100K live viewers watching the game or whichever the case might be, and it's super dope. The game is definitely easier than Smash Brothers. There isn't like a shield. There's only dodges. You can only get through things, and the combat isn't super deep or anything like that. Typically, if you know how to play with one character, you know how to play with most of them, but all the characters do have all of their own variances, so it's like you can't play each character the same. It's just the combos and everything just have a similarity to each other, so it kind of entices you to try out different characters. So that's been really dope. I've been having a really good time with that. I have about over 20 hours in it currently. So I've been having a really good time with that. That's been one of those guilty pleasures to where if I'm not playing Forza, and that's another conversation I'll end up having here soon, but if I'm not playing Forza, something to that nature, I'll jump into Multiverse, especially if I'm listening to a podcast or I can play around. I got to get off, got to do some things. It's been a busy week for myself, kind of in between a few things. So it's been really easy to jump into. Other than that, I ended up beating Final Fantasy VII Remake. I'm currently now on the DLC with Yuffie. And Yuffie is fucking a perfect character, bro. Like, because she's more ninja based, the attacks, the moves and combat style that she has is way different than even Cloud's, which is more combat focused, of course, also in this game.
What about Master Chief, though, Steel?
Master Chief as Barrett is probably one of the most greatest things I've ever experienced.
Okay, it's fun. Mav and I were trying to figure out who you had replaced it with because I had no idea what scene that was from. But yeah, that was again the Sailor Moon outfits last week were distracting enough. But I kept looking at that picture and like obviously, I mean, I knew it was a bot and I knew you're just having a good time and having fun with it. Yeah. But I couldn't like my brain wants me to reject it at every turn when I'm looking at those pictures. I'm like, no, Chief cannot be in Final Fantasy. This is so wrong. Like,
but that's why it works, because it's Final Fantasy.
No, it's awful, brother. It's awful. Like I said, the Sailor Moon outfit last week was enough. But Chief, I was just like, no, this is too far. This is too far, Steel.
And it's funny because I also it was Barrett. And it's funny because I also made a post that was like, hey, what if I told you Master Chief as Barrett actually works in this game? Like the attitude and the way he comes across and everything, it's so perfect. I'm like, hey, what if Chief acted like that for real? I can see that. He got some passion in there. I like it.
So wrong,
but it was super so dope. Wrong. I do definitely want to stay on the line currently. Now again, I haven't got through Yuffie's DLC. I was at that integrated part of it, or whatever the case may be. So there is definitely going to be some additional story there. I just started it. I'm only probably about a couple hours in. I beat the main campaign in less than 40 hours, I think. Well, the main story in less than 40 hours. That's doing all the side missions and everything. So that was really good. The side missions were quite lacking for me. I felt like they could have added a little bit more depth to the story. Some people have said that it did that for them. I don't think that it did. Again, you were kind of doing more so fetch quests, and it never feels good when you're playing a game and you're just doing fetch quests, especially when these people are calling you a hero. Like, you do two things for this little community and like, oh, now everybody knows that you're a hero. Like, you didn't do anything magnificent. You know what I mean? You didn't take down no large monsters. That's the other thing versus Final Fantasy 15 that I noticed, is that there's not those more of those Final Fantasy moments for me, to where it's the over the top, the monsters, you get into these epic fights. Now, not to say that they weren't there. I had some of those moments, and they were really good. And I enjoyed the experience overall. I definitely give it a 9 out of 10 for sure. But I do want to say that the Final Fantasy remake, at least from what I've experienced, and until I get through the Yuffie's DLC, I'm also going to look at a couple more videos just to see kind of the differences between the old one and the new one. But I can honestly tell you guys that remake, it's not just a retelling of the story. There's some other things that are involved with that. It's more so, it's definitely its own standalone thing, 100%. There is some, no spoilers, there's some time travel things going on. There's some destiny things that are going on. There are some, hey, these are the way things are supposed to be, but we're going to try to defy what our destiny is, whatever the case, whatever the path is, especially when Sephiroth starts getting involved. So that has really opened it up and made me be like, oh, especially when you get to the end, you're like, okay, what the F is going on in this, right? So that's kind of why I wanted to do a little bit of that, because it's been forever. I mean, God, I hadn't played the first Final Fantasy VII in at least 20 years, right? So I want to at least see if there's some videos out there that kind of tell the differences after I get through this, but that's been really good. And then Forza, man. I have a love-hate relationship with the Hot Wheels DLC currently. Well, we're just Forza Horizon currently itself. As far as like online play and everything, that has been the main proponent that has been adjusted to me, so that's fun. But the online proponent only exists in the regular Forza Horizon Mexico. So if I wanted to play online with people, just randomly match make or race, I have to go back to Mexico to do it. So that's kind of unfortunate, because I kind of wanted to spend some more time in Hot Wheels, really racing other people, ranking up, or whatever the case might be. I thought that would be really dope, because there is a supreme lack of races for this DLC, personally. And this is something else I was listening to Randall Thor and Jazz yesterday on the Xbox too. They brought some of these points up yesterday also. But it hit such a nail in the head for me, because that is one of the main things that I noticed, that I've actually noticed about the last few Horizons, where it's like, you give me a few races in this class and then it's over. And now you want me to go to the next class. It's like, you don't get the feeling like you've spent enough time or earned your time to enter that next rank of cars. And I think that's the one thing that Gran Turismo still does well, that Forza Motorsport, because it's not going to get fixed in Horizon. I doubt that it is. But it's one thing that I do need Forza Motorsport to get right. That feeling of progression, that meaning that, oh, I'm driving these B-class cars so I can get an A-class car, instead of just throwing stuff at me. Hey, here's a few races. Oh, you beat them, great. Here's the next set of races. And it's only 3 races apiece. Like, I don't get that. I prefer for there to be like 10, 15 races for me to experience in every class that I go through, because at least at that point, you're spending enough. I would at least think, especially with my experience with Forza itself, I think that would give you enough time within that class to get you to understand what's important about a C-class car, what's important about a B-class car, what's important about an A-class, and so on and so forth, so you get why there are different levels and why there are different race types. Like, that's something on a basic level that I think would make it easier for a lot of other people to understand, hey, when they jump in, because the thing about Forza, whether anybody wants to realize this or not, this isn't a game that people play all day, every day. Not everybody. There's a very niche amount of people who sit on here, they'll drift all day, they got a group of buddies, they got a club, you meet.
Shout out to Fuzzy Belvedere.
And everything. Yeah, it is shout out to Fuzzy. And Nick's Hot Wheels DLC looks cool, but it doesn't look like the cars are never in danger of sliding off the track. No, and actually, Nick's, the cars are. Like, if you slow down and you're on a twist, the car will fall off. It's only because they did it well. they've done it well enough to the point to where you never feel that way because of how the tracks are set up. And if you're actually driving them as intended, then of course you're gonna always have enough speed to stay on the track. So that's why they added that gyrometer, right, to kind of tell, or it's supposed to be able to tell whatever your perception is of where you're at on the map. Make sure that you know whether you're turned aside. Well, I forget the specific naming for it. Damn it, had it right there, but whatever. But they have that meter there so you can kind of tell where you're at, because there are some twisties and things that you get on where if you hit this corner and if you're too low, you're going to slide into the wall, and it's going to pull you into the wall because of how much of the G's are, well, like affecting your car. So that feeling is there 100%. But I think the main thing for me, again, just getting back to the main point, is that there just needs to be more races, especially in Horizon. There has to be more. The other thing that Hot Wheels did for me too is it's made me realize that the next DLC expansion, especially, I don't know if you guys know this about Mexico, but Mexico's known for racing, right? There's no like, can't get in trouble for racing out that way or whatever the case might be. Not to say that it's 100% legal, but it's not exactly illegal either. And there's a saying that, hey, I was racing in Mexico, that a lot of car people are familiar with, because you can't get in trouble for racing out that way. What I think would be a super advantage to Horizon, especially since they're in Mexico, is that they go the underground route for the next DLC. I think that would be the perfect opportunity to kind of flip Horizon on its head and to do something that's completely different. I know Fun Speculation, I heard him bring up Transformers, and as much as that could be cool and everything, I don't think Horizon is at a level yet where that just makes sense. I mean, it's cool for an aesthetic, but other than that, if my car's not going to transform mid-race, I don't, there's no point to it. Yeah, so I usually want me to race through in between Optimus Prime's legs, up around his butt cheek and past his head, and go around Cybertron a couple times. That's what you want me to do? I don't know if that's cool. I'd rather just have a Transformers game again, like the Fall for Cybertron game that we got. That was fucking fantastic. with the excellent multiplayer and everything. But I definitely think them going more of an underground route would be the perfect route to go. Add more customization to all the vehicles that you currently have in the game. Add more wide body kits. Add cop AI. Add an underground scene, kind of add, you can add races, you can do pink slips, whatever the case may be for certain types of cars. I think that would be the next best way to take it. But I'm kind of up and down about it. Hot Wheels, it's cool. I just felt like it was really lacking. I feel like they missed the opportunity just to add more races in there for you to take more advantage of the full map, because I feel like they didn't do that until you play the Goliath and you're like, oh, this is great. But then it's like, oh, why didn't I get more races that were like this? But that's neither here or there. 30 minutes in, we're just getting into past the intros and everything. Ladies and gentlemen, greatly appreciate you all for being here today again. If you are here, please hit that like button. We are tuned in to Living Splitscreen, where we go live every Saturday, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. UK time. And I think at this point, it's going to be a perfect opportunity for us to get into the upcoming games segment. Because there are some interesting things upcoming, man, and we definitely got to get it.
Not really. Not this week, Steel.
Not this week?
This is a light week.
Oh.
Not this week. This is a light week, and I'm going to supplement it with a little bit of direct information from Xbox Wire as well, because there is a couple extra games outside of the list. Again, I went and looked to try to see if anybody had a complete list. Nobody does.
Right.
Everybody kind of does. There's 3 games this week, like main games, like this week. So that's it. And they're not like anything. So we'll supplement it with Xbox Wire, because there's a couple other games that are dropping into Xbox's ecosystem as well. But yeah, not a big week at all, man. Not a big week. So we are going to start off. Of course, we are on August the 1st is Monday, right out the gates. So that's where we're going to start. And it's going to be August. I'll just do the regular list from Game Informer, and then I'll go back through Xbox Wire and fill in a couple of different ones in there as well. So August the 3rd, South of the Circle, coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. And this is from developer State of Play. Okay. Publisher 11-Bit Studios. It is an adventure game. Looks like it was a mobile game because it launched on iOS back on October of 2020. So now it is coming to the consoles. So if you're looking for a new adventure game, I guess South of the Circle might fit the bill. So go check that out. And then we also got coming on. Oh, of course it's going to do that. There we go. The big one of the week, something that obviously, look, Rocket League has been around. Rocket League has taken off. There are still people that play Rocket League competitively, that play religiously. It turned into a phenom. There's nothing, a phenomenon. There's nothing else that can be said about Rocket League. So we are getting turbo golf racing. We saw this during one of the shows or a couple of the shows coming to Xbox Series, Xbox One, and PC. So this is a console exclusive, and it looks like they took Rocket League and turned it into golf. Like legitimately, this developer just took Rocket League, like pretty much. Huge Calf Studios is the developer. The publisher is Secret Mode. So this one's got potential. That's why I bring up Rocket League, because I think anytime you introduce this, golf is big, all the time. And so if they do this right, this one's got potential of being pretty cool. So Turbo Golf Racing on August the 4th is this week as well. And then coming to PC is Recipe for Disaster, another cooking simulation game developed by Dapper Penguin Studios, published by Casito Games, and that is coming out August the 5th. So all you cooking simulation fans, look, got a PC, you might want to check out Recipe for Disaster. Then let's fill in a couple things here, Steel.
Let's do it.
So again, coming from Xbox Wire, coming this week to Xbox ecosystem. We'll start out August 1st, right on Monday. Azure Striker Gunvolt 3. Gunvolt has been around for quite a while, so they described the next installment in the high-speed 2D action Gunvolt series is finally here with Azure Striker Gunvolt 3. Balancing both involving story and satisfying gameplay, Gunvolt 3 is the most extravagant entry in the series yet. Play as both new star Kieran and series protagonist Gunvolt as you switch between them on the fly, while conquering Gunvolt 3's many stages and bosses. So that is coming August 1st. And then we've got Afterwave Downfall, August 2nd, an arcade shooter where you battle against monsters with a cool battleship. Evil Deathrix invaded the world and released a mysterious meteorite, causing a great flood. Upgrade your ships for better performance to fight the most brutal enemies. Features a local co-op mode to team up with friends and family. So that's Afterwave Downfall coming on August the 2nd. Also on August the 2nd is Frogun. That's right, Frogun. Oh, not Frozone,
okay.
Frogun.
Okay.
And this is optimized for Xbox Series consoles, along with smart delivery. Of course, that is coming August the... Why is my computer... There we go. That is coming August the 2nd. Join Renata as she adventures across a world of mystical ruins on an epic quest to rescue her parents. Frogun is an old-school platformer capturing the soul of the PS1 and N64 era, in which your frog-shaped grappling hook is your best friend. Frog-shaped grappling hook. There you go.
Hey, I got a squirrel. I got a squirrel grappling hook in Naraka.
That is true. And that flying squirrel grappling hook in Naraka is...
It's pretty dope, actually.
It is. Because that thing moves around on you while you're standing there. It's awesome.
It crawls on you and everything. That shit is so dope.
Yeah, it is awesome. And then we got Gale of Windoria coming to console and PC on August 3rd. Also optimized for the series consoles. Soar on the wind and make your world in flying beagle. Make use of the elements, not only in turn-based combat, but in dungeon gimmicks by combining character abilities. Also find the quartzes to strengthen your party and acquire skills and various techniques. So Gale of Windoria, August 3rd as well. Okay. Then we have Gigapocalypse coming out. Yes, Gigamon coming right? So a 2D pixel art destruction game inspired by classic kaiju movies such as Godzilla and King Kong, and the classic Rampage, featuring a selection of different gigas from the prehistoric era, outer space, and forgotten history. I actually saw a video on this, and it is a lot like Rampage. It looks awesome. So Gigapocalypse, August 4th, optimized for Xbox Series consoles as well. And then also on August 4th, we have Cubite Classics, Thunderbolt. August 4th. Anybody who doesn't remember Thunderbolt's been around for a while. Back in 1995.
I would say, that's a throwback, right?
Yeah. Yeah, a compilation of 2 vertical scrolling shoot 'em ups, shmups, which I love. Thunderbolt released in 1995. The Cubite port brings the 8-bit and 16-bit versions of the game, both with official English localization and new features like control remapping, different screen types, and save states. So Thunderbolt is coming also on August 4th. And then we got Flying Soldiers on August the 5th.
Flying Saucers?
Flying Soldiers steal command and odd squad of fun birds and devise a plan to bring them safe and sound to the end of the battlefield in this outlandish puzzle game. So this is a puzzle game where you're controlling birds and you gotta get them to safety through a battlefield. Okay, Flying Soldiers. Okay.
Battlefield 2042?
Yeah. Battlefield 2042 with birds. That's what we're going to do.
Nice.
All right, we'll just roll with that and say, yeah, that's it, Steel. That's what it is.
Perfect.
Hey, and Xbox fans, if you've been missing playing a cat because Stray is only on PlayStation right now, well, guess what? You got Roll the Cat coming August the 5th, optimized for Xbox Series consoles. On each level, you must roll the cats back into their bed. Only then will you convince them to sleep. Use your spatial logic to try to put the cats back into bed in this relaxing puzzle game featuring cute cats. So listen, you get some cats over on Xbox as well this week on August 5th. So there you go, Steel. That's the Xbox Wire for this week, for upcoming week on Xbox. Again, not a whole lot, Steel, this week. Not a whole lot.
I mean, we can't have everything every week back to back.
We can.
That's just the way that it goes, but we will as we move into the future, and then people are going to still say, hey, there's no games to play. So, hey, shout out to Silverback. He says, I like Frogurt. I shout out to you, man. Shout out to you. I like
Frogurt's not the same as Frogun, but that's all right. We'll go with it. No. Frogurt. Eat some Frogurt with your Frogun while you're playing. There you go.
Whichever works. I'm slightly distracted, and I apologize. Chat and those on the audio side, I'm watching. This is the great thing about PC gaming. One of the great things. Pong brought up a little bit when I was using Master Chief as Barrett in Final Fantasy Remake. But somebody has put Spyro the Dragon in Stray, and that is pretty dope.
That's pretty dope. I saw the Garfield mod, and the Garfield mod was looking really good.
The Garfield one looked kind of creepy. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh,
this Spyro one though, it's pretty on par. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty solid. It's kind of crazy. It kind of maybe reminisced a little bit. I mean, Spyro's kind of dead in the eyes, but you know, there's that. But again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. Definitely hit that like button if you are still tuned in with us. And again, greatly appreciate you all. Let's see, man. Where do we want to start off with? Do you want to start off with the Get Some Help segment? Letting the people know what games they can or cannot play, whether depending on what ecosystem they're invested in, what consoles they have available to them. You want to?
We can certainly start there. For sure. Why not? Let's get it fired up early. Let's go. Do it.
So, I mean, Pong, man. I mean, I want you to kind of talk to the people. I try to volley it up to you. I have a little bit of history with some volleyball, but
yo.
Hey, volleyball's a good time, man. You got the right group of people. It can be a really good time.
Beach volleyball is my jam.
I know, Dead or
back
Alive.
In the day.
I know, yeah, Dead or Alive. I know.
Yeah, no. Outside of Dead or Alive, playing it in real life as well. Okay. I loved beach volleyball. I was actually going to go to Arizona State where they have beach volleyball courts on the campus, and that was one of the exciting things that I was actually looking forward to.
That was the thing that got you excited.
Yeah.
It
Honestly,
wasn't
was one of the things.
The real time jiggle physics.
No, well, I mean, of course, but again, we're just talking about beach volleyball, the sport, which I enjoy.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I feel you. So when I say, like I was mentioning before, when I say that this Get Some Help segment that I'm speaking on, we saw some people at least, and I'll start here, and you can kind of add on to it if there's other things that you've seen based off of this, because I hadn't been really too tuned in to the community this week, just to be completely honest. I've been going through some things personally. But from what I did see is that I saw Phil Spencer tweet out that that he was excited to play God of War when it came. And then I also shortly saw after that there were spaces opened up asking whether it was okay for Phil Spencer, the head of Xbox, to be excited for God of War. Although we saw Cory Barlog come out not too long ago, actually. I want to say that a week before, sometime beforehand, say that he was excited for Starfield, and I didn't see too many questions about that. I didn't see no spaces open up. I scoured through the different social media sites, and I didn't see anything there. But there did seem to be an issue when someone from Xbox does it. So I wanted to kind of, pitch that up to you and see if you want to hit a home run or bunt it, or maybe just will slide into third base, or hit to the shortstop or something. But how did you feel about these things? Did you see anything else that could make this any worse? Is this kind of par for the course of where we're at today in society, or like, how do you think? Because it's been a minute since we've been able to do a solid Get Some Help segment. So, tell the people what really grinded your gears up, Pong, and what's the Get Some Help segment today, man? What's going on?
Yeah, and not to shock more people, but outside of Phil saying he was excited to play the next God of War Ragnarok, and Cory earlier talking about he was excited for Starfield. But right. Listen, Ed Boon jumped into the fray yesterday as well and said he was excited to play Street Fighter VI.
Oh,
how is that possible, Steel? He makes Mortal Kombat. How the hell could he be excited to play a competing, fighting game to his own? My God, man, what is happening to this world, Steel? Gamers that are in this industry that happen to work for a certain company, maybe make games, maybe run some of the most powerful gaming companies in the world. How could those people, as gamers, actually come out and say that they're excited for games that might be either competing with them or on different pieces of plastic? How is that possible, Steel? This is just an outrage, and we got to have spaces talking about asking the big question, Steel. Is this okay? Is it okay for Phil Spencer, CEO of Microsoft, to dare come out and admit that he's excited to play a game on Sony PlayStation? And then you got to have the IGNs of the world make posts about this.
Did like this really?
Is some... Yeah, they did, sir.
Wow,
yes,
I didn't see that. That's
yeah. Wild. I quote tweeted IGN yesterday and made my post about it. Yeah, they got to jump in and they've got to make this a story. Like this is some big revelation that Phil Spencer is a gamer. For God's sakes, man, one of the key things that we love about Phil is that he is one of us. He is a gamer. He is somebody who gets gamers in general. Not one side or the other, just gamers in general. Heaven forbid he come out and admit that he's excited for God of War Ragnarok. Man, listen, all of you, if you're even thinking about this outside of the fact how cool it is that he came out and said that, even if you hate PlayStation, even if you have no interest in God of War, the fact that Phil comes out, and then again, for anybody who doesn't know, it's not like he just tweeted out, "Hey, I'm excited for God of War Ragnarok today." Yeah, no. That's not what he did. Okay, it was in response to Xbox's official Twitter account. They had created one of those fun lists of questions to answer, right, for everybody. And they had put like first game ever played, last game played, favorite game, all that kind of stuff. And they had one category in there in the list that was next game excited to play. So Phil answered all those questions, getting the community involved because he knows that everybody in the community loves when he does that kind of stuff. Right. People jumped all over it. And he made the statement in there on game, excited to play next God of War Ragnarok. And that's how all of this blew up. Look, again, if you are looking at this as some type of negative way that Phil said this, that he is excited to play a game as a gamer, no matter where it's at, and this isn't the first time he has ever done this before, and I'm sorry, you got to get some help. You've lost the narrative. Yes, the CEO of Microsoft Gaming, the head of Xbox, one of the main faces behind Game Pass, can actually come out and say that he's excited to play a game on a competing console. Yes, he can do that. Why? Because again, at the end of the day, Phil's a gamer. And that's what it's always about. Steele and I talk about this. And again, that's why the people that come out and say you can't be fake neutrals. You can't do all this. You can be too toxic positive. Look, that's a bunch of bullshit. Okay. We criticize here as much as we praise. Okay. So it doesn't matter where it's coming from. Nintendo, Sony, Xbox, we will criticize when it's necessary. We might have some criticisms today. But at the same time, we can also celebrate what it is, why we're all here, which is the passion for gaming. And again, you can have your favorites. You can have bias. You can have all of that. You can honestly even say, I don't want to play on this system. I do that for Nintendo. I stopped playing Nintendo after the Super NES. Okay? Super NES was the last Nintendo I played. I come out here all the time and say, look, it just doesn't interest me. I'm not going to spend my money over on Nintendo's side. But I can also say that I understand why people are excited to play the next Zelda. I can also say that there's franchises like Fire Emblem that I miss out on not being over on Nintendo or buying into the Nintendo ecosystem. I can say all that. It's not being fake. That's just being a general gamer who loves this industry overall. And guess what? Phil loves this industry overall. Yeah, he happens to be the head of one of the most powerful companies in this industry. But that doesn't mean he's lost his gamer card somewhere along the way. That doesn't mean he all of a sudden forgets that he grew up on Nintendo, that he grew up on the PlayStation. At all. It doesn't mean that. So guess what, everybody? He's excited to play God of War Ragnarok. God of War, a franchise that was rebooted by Cory Barlog and his team that became, to a lot of people, one of the greatest games of last generation. Okay? It's not like, again, this should be just normal for people. But for some reason, we've got to have spaces. We've got to have journalists writing things about it because this is abnormal. Well, the only thing abnormal is that Phil and the Xbox team are in the community, that they're transparent, that they're down with us, and that they talk to the community. That's different than Sony. Yeah, we get a Herman Hulst tweet here and there, but we don't see Jim Ryan coming down. We don't see any of the Nintendo heads coming down really that much and speaking to their community. That's the only thing different, is that Xbox higher ups are here tweeting and being involved in the community and interacting with people and doing these types of things where they tweet out in response to their own Xbox Twitter account asking first game ever played, last game ever played, just having fun. And why this is such a big deal, I have no idea. It boggles my mind that in 2022, this is somehow some big revelation that causes a stir within this community. It should be celebrated that he's looking forward to God of War Ragnarok. And of course, clowns on both sides are always going to be looking for ammo when it comes to the console war nonsense. Phil knew if he put this out there that there would be a certain group of people that use it to say, well, of course he's looking forward to God of War Ragnarok because Xbox doesn't have anything. And of course he knew that there would be a portion of the Xbox community, the hardcore Xbox community, that would use this and say, why is Phil tweeting about God of War Ragnarok? He should be focused on getting an actual game out for us out of his first party studios. I saw both sides use this as ammo. And I'm not talking about those per se. I'm talking about just the regular people going, why would Phil do this? Well, we got to have a spaces. Is this okay that Phil's going to talk about God of War Ragnarok? Or should we be mad about this? Listen, that's the stuff that I can't understand. Celebrate it. Celebrate it. Phil is a gamer at the end of the day. That means good things for us. And so far, do you have to be a gamer? Can you be a Jim Ryan who obviously is not a gamer at heart? Yes, you can. You can run a company. You can have people around you that understand the industry from a gamer's perspective and that get it. Of course, you can still be successful. But would I rather have somebody in charge like Phil, who's an honest to goodness gamer who you can bring up on your Xbox Live at any time, who doesn't hide his profile, who you can watch play Destiny, for hours on end, who is well known for that, who you can see playing all sorts of different diverse games that come to Xbox, and who freely comes out in public and admits that he enjoys games on other systems. Yes, I'd much rather have that person because I think that he has a totally different perspective when it comes to gaming. And I think that he appreciates a lot of what we have to say in this community more so than a Jim Ryan does, because Jim doesn't understand what we as gamers are talking about a lot of times when we actually have good discussions. So of course I'd rather have Phil out here as a gamer. Again, why this is surprising, why this is news, why this is troubling to some people, I don't get it, Steel. I don't get it. Get some help. Again, this industry is here for one thing and one thing only: entertainment purposes. It is a hobby. God's sakes, man. Enjoy it and let other people enjoy the hobby.
No, Pong, why would I let people enjoy it?
Whether you agree with their positions, whether you agree with their favorite games, whether you agree with the main system that they play on or not, whether that's PC, console, handheld, mobile, stop with the nonsense. Let people be happy and excited for things. It's okay. And if your life is that miserable that you can't let other people be happy for the things that they're excited for, and that's a you problem, sir. You need to go ahead and look in the mirror and get some help, because again, that's not normal behavior. That is something that has been a product of social media and the internet in general, starting all the way back in the day with chat rooms where people had to come on, and if they were unhappy, they had to spread that unhappiness to other people, because for God's sakes, we can't have people smiling and laughing if I'm feeling bad that day.
No, Pong. If I feel shitty, you need to feel shitty today, Pong.
Yeah. No, that's not the case. Look, everybody knows that I don't like what Disney's done to some things in Star Wars, one of my favorite all-time franchises that I grew up on. But you don't see me on the daily out here tweeting about it nonstop.
It's because you're not passionate enough.
That's not true, man. That's not true. I just don't feel. I will have my rants. I've been on Fun Pop and ranted about it. I will certainly jump into Mav's chat and be dramatic about it when he's talking about Marvel and all that kind of. Listen, I do all that stuff for fun, and I have my moments where I rant. But I also realize that it's okay if it's no longer for me, and that other people are going to be excited about it. Even if I don't understand why, that I don't need to jump into people's positive tweets and try to bring them down. Okay? If I'm going to tweet about it, I'll tweet about it on my own personal account and leave it at that. Again, people going in and creating stories out of nothing, clickbait out of nothing, because Phil Spencer is excited to play a game that so happens to be on the Sony PlayStation. Come on, man. We got better things to talk about. Let's celebrate, man. I'm happy for everybody over on Sony's side that's looking forward to God of War Ragnarok. I'm happy that they're getting a game at the end of the year. Criticized Xbox. It's spilt milk at this point that we didn't get any first-party titles this year. We got more delays happening, even with some of the second-party stuff now that we might talk about. It's not a good year for Xbox, and that's been criticized here. It's been criticized on other shows. It's spilt milk. Yeah, we got to wait till 2023. Me as a grazer, me as a gamer, I got more to play than I know what to do with. I wish I had a PlayStation 5 because I'd be excited for God of War, sitting down and playing God of War Ragnarok this holiday as well. For sure, 100%. But just because I don't have a PlayStation 5 right now doesn't mean I can't be excited for people that they're getting God of War Ragnarok, because I think it's actually going to be an incredible experience. I trust that whole team over there, Sony Santa Monica, is going to deliver. So yeah, that's okay. That's okay. And it's okay for Phil to want that too, Steel. So that was some craziness that happened this week, Steel, that is just doesn't make any sense. And IGN, God, man, listen, I understand the game these days, but the only way you're going to change that game is by being better yourself. As journalists, as IGN is still one of the biggest names in the industry when it comes to the old school media of gaming. Listen, you guys have an opportunity to change things, how you do things over there. You guys have an opportunity to change the perspective when it comes to clickbait articles or when it comes to shouting out stupid shit like this. You got a chance to be better. And I'll also give a shout out to Ed Boon, who jumped on board and said that he was excited for Street Fighter VI. And I also want to shout out In Exile. At Dev In Exile, of course, first party Microsoft, now Xbox,
right,
as one of the best social media managers around. Whoever's running that site over there, they get it. In Exile jumped on this as well and just put out a tweet that said, "Breaking news, gamers excited to play games. More coming later." Shout out to In Exile. Beautiful tweet. You guys get it. But again, Steel, that's just where I'm at, man. Again, you have the right to say whatever you want to say. I'm not that dude that wants to shut down everybody and censor everybody, and you can only talk one way. But at the end of the day, what are you bringing quality wise? What are you bringing that helps this industry when you do speak? That's all I ask of people. Hot takes.
Hey, now we figured it out. I brought my hot take. That's all I needed. And now people like it. I mean, again, it's one of those things that it's unfortunate because this is just going to continue to happen because this is what drives the clicks. This is what drives the attention. And fortunately or unfortunately, I guess, depending on how you look at it, this is what brings more people into the ecosystem. Now, of course, games and communities and everything else has done that, and multiplayer gaming has also done that, made gaming a lot bigger than it would have been otherwise, because gaming wouldn't be as big as it is if it was just single-player games, just to be completely honest with you. So, I mean, of course, everybody's going to have their own perspectives, and again, like people like Phil, just because he works at Xbox doesn't mean he's not going to play other games. What this shows me is that you guys don't care about gaming as much as you say you do. Because if you did, that wouldn't be a hot take. You would know that people in the industry are actually kind of cool with each other. So they play each other's games and visit each other's studios and have conversations and sit down over a nice juicy steak, New York strip, or some Wagyu burgers, or whatever the case might be, and really sit down and talk business and talk big money. They're not worried about whether you think that they should be playing this or doing this or not. You're not in those positions with them, and they could care less about that. You're lucky that Xbox talks to us the way that they do, although their marketing is kind of ass in a lot of ways. So it's like, talk
about that.
You take the good with the bad, right? And I mean, it's kind of Pong. It's kind of at the point where I'm like, man, I'm about to put in a resume to Xbox and be like, let me work for your marketing team so I can make sure that you guys market your games. Like Grounded, for example, is getting a release this September. Why did it take almost a day later for the Xbox official account on Twitter to be like, hey, Grounded, hey, that should have been something that you guys were talking about all day long. Hey, Grounded, every hour on the hour. Hey, Grounded's coming out September. Hey, Grounded September. Hey, showing beats to people some different things, because a lot of people still think it's the same game that it was before, and it's not. It's turned into a completely different game, and I can attest to that because I've seen my wife play Grounded. She's been there from kind of the beginning, but pretty much up to now, and it's completely different experience. It's night and day. And again, that's how these games go when they're in that early access. But I don't think it's not surprising. It's nothing new. These people are going to enjoy each other's company. People are always going to find something to be mad about. That kind of brings in some of the things that there was a Peter Moore conversation that went around, And this was from, I want to make sure that I get this right. Let's see. Oh, I don't know what happened to it. I just had it. Whichever. But it was from an interview. I'm gonna try to see if I can get it again. It was a certain interview because I want to shout out to the people that did the interview because it was actually a decent interview. The podcast of the show is called My Other Passion. It was hosted by Ernest Baker, and it had Peter Moore on it. Shout out to J Rock who who retweeted this. Shout out to you, my guy. He basically said Peter Moore on the importance of console wars and its role in driving the industry forward. So if you guys want to hear that real quick, I'm going to play that for you. Give me a moment here.
Proud. I think console wars they have their issues, right? But like I've said before on this podcast, it's like people just like rivalry, and so it adds some like entertainment to the conversation. You know, even if you can get both, it's kind of like an ideological battle, and people are just attracted to that. That's why our sports and our everything is set up the way that it is.
Yeah, I mean, we built and we encourage the console wars, not to create division, but to challenge each other. And when I say each other, I mean Microsoft versus Sony. If Microsoft hadn't stuck the course after the Xbox,
Listen to good
after
old
the
Peter
Red
Moore
Rings
right
of
now.
death, gaming would be a poorer place for it. You really wouldn't have the competition you have today. Two big behemoths like Microsoft and Sony investing billions of dollars each is good for gaming. It's as simple as that. They have to be great. Otherwise, the gamer's going to go to the other guy. And so it's great for the industry. It's great for gamers. And you know, I'm delighted to see Nintendo with the Switch as well, giving, you know, a slightly different experience, obviously, but also as a player in there. So the industry's never been healthier.
Like
essentially what I just played, Pong, because I saw you stepped away and it came back. What I just played was Peter Moore from the interview that he did with My Other Passion is the name of the show, with the interviewer or host of the show, Ernest Baker, the one that J Rock retweeted. And him talking about, because I wanted to fit this in because it was perfect. Talking about different executives playing games and everything, talking about the whole console war shenanigans and people fighting for their right to support whatever console. But essentially, what was stated in this is that because Ernest basically was like, "Hey, well, you know, we advocate for the console war." And he was asking Peter, how do you think about this? And Peter was basically like, "Look, console war is a good thing. I mean, if it weren't for these companies giving each other competition, you wouldn't get the games that you kind of got. You wouldn't get the value that you're getting, essentially, is what I pulled out of this conversation. And gaming is healthier than it's ever been before because of these things. Honestly, it's not just because, we're speaking up and what. No, it's because Xbox has provided competition to PlayStation, made PlayStation look at things differently. Guys, in case you forgot, Xbox made PlayStation take online gaming more serious. Yes, they're still quite a few steps off, but they are moving in that direction, which is why you see factions get cut out of Last of Us, which is why you see there's 10 games in development that are live service games. This is why you see that you hear the head of Sony come out, why you hear Jim Ryan come out and say, hey, 10 million copies sold on a game, man, it just isn't good enough for us. Although that might have been good for you before. There are so many other things that drive it forward. And again, I'm not necessarily on board with the console war 100%, though I do believe in supporting what you believe in. And you can have faith or have belief in an ecosystem, in something that you have invested in, right? Again, the best example that I can use, because they are of similar quality, PlayStation, whether you like it or not, PlayStation 5 and Xbox and the Xbox Series consoles, the same with consoles since about the PlayStation 2, since the Xbox was released, have really been similar to each other, right? Best comparison I can use is kind of like Lamborghini and Ferrari. I've used this reference before. They're both sports cars, they're both exotic, right? They're both great brands. One's Italian, one's German. Whether you had
Ferrari better.
and I'm
Lamborghini got no cars.
And Lamborghini ain't got no cars. Anyway, so obviously, this kind of thing like that. Pong like Ferraris, I like Lamborghinis. You know what I'm saying? So there's that difference. So we can have open conversation about why we like these cars over these cars, but at the same time, if we get a car around the same price range, ideally, we're probably going to have a car that performs very similar to each other. Because again, they're both exotic sports cars. They're made that way. They both are probably going to have a V8 or bigger engine in it. You know what I'm saying? And probably have way over 300 horsepower to the wheels. So it's like when you throw those things in the conversation, that's kind of how I look at the consoles. Yes, there's a difference, and the main thing that used to separate them before was the types of games, which is why typically people look at Sony as the single player box, as the single player ecosystem, because that's what Sony has kind of become, right? After the gaming scene has kind of fallen off a bit, where people aren't as adamant, they don't get consoles to play Tekken Tag or Soul Calibur or Dead or Alive or whichever fighting game. You don't get consoles to play those games specifically anymore. You get consoles for your entertainment system now. As part of your entertainment stand, as part of your entertainment ecosystem now. You know what I mean? And shout out to Sony because they helped introduce that idea with the PlayStation 2. That, hey, here's a PlayStation, put it in your living room, pop a DVD in it. Oh man, it's about the same price, but not a little bit cheaper than you actually just going to go did a DVD player, and it plays games. Man, what an idea. And the Xbox took it a step further with putting a hard drive in their console. But now, boom, now you can, I can save my data to this hard drive. I don't have to have a memory card, and everything's in the box now. Man, what a fantastic idea. They've been able to iterate upon themselves. Look at the competition like, man, I like those ideas. Gaming has always been that way, though. TV manufacturers have been that way. MP3 players were made that way. CD players were made that way. Just because one brand says it don't skip when you put it in your pocket or you have it in your backpack and you're walking down the street, just because one brand says it doesn't skip, doesn't mean that the other brand is not going to skip. It's certain things like that where they're going to say and do whatever to try to pull your attention and get your brand or get your loyalty. Again, part of the reason why Sony is number 7 in brand recognition, at least the last time we checked. It was about a month ago at this point. But when you have all these different things working for you, it's just, on one end, the console warring isn't something that I personally just want to be a part of every day. That's not why I'm part of the community, right? That's not what I enjoy doing. Do I like giving out some smoke and having open conversation every now and then? Of course, who doesn't? It's like the whole sports analogy that we used earlier. But like Pong also mentioned, the difference is, and I guess that can be kind of debatable because the sports fans get kind of crazy. They'll tear whole cities apart when their team loses. So, I mean, I haven't seen a crowd of PlayStation guys tear a city apart because PlayStation wasn't doing well or something like that. So I guess there are some extremes there, but you're going to be a fan of something. Like I've mentioned before, stand on what you believe in and why that makes you a fan. Like I'll always say, hey, I'm a fan of Microsoft and I'm a fan of Xbox because the ecosystem and the service is unmatched. It's unbeatable.
But still, hold on. I got to go back to what you just got done saying about burning down a city or trashing a city, because that's the difference with the sports analogy as well, Steel. However, sports, you're rooting for a team that winds up as champions of the world, quote unquote, whether, whatever sport, right? So there's a championship at the end of it. There's no championship for video games.
That's true. That is true.
We're not competing. Game of the Year is the closest thing that we have. That's still like, again, it's so stupid. Again, like you said, it's not like, yeah, we talk about, like last generation, Sony obviously, won the generation, right? But at the end of the day, it still means nothing. There's nothing like they don't hold up a championship. They don't get rings, anything like that. Like Nintendo's killing everybody.
Yeah,
we don't talk about that like hey, Nintendo's the reigning champions of the video game
they
world.
got at least 10
like,
Super Bowls. Like
right. That's the difference with sports. Like that's a highly competitive. That's what sports is about, is competition, because you're competing. You have different teams competing to become champions.
Yeah, top dog.
Whereas in video games, no.
It's
like
all
whoever wins a
team.
generation, they don't get anything for it. It doesn't mean anything other than they sold more consoles.
They made more money.
Great. Yeah, they made more money. Okay? What does that mean to us as fans?
Nothing.
That's why we talk about the overall health of the industry being great, because that means we get more content.
Exactly.
Right? From everybody.
And that's what we didn't have before.
Right. And we get competing services like, Game Pass is now move Sony to make their own subscription service, which all customers win because of that happening. But again, that's where the sports analogy, I'm like, yeah, but your team doesn't get anything at the end of the day. Like we don't get anything.
Right.
I don't know. It's just different.
I think the other thing that makes it different too, why people feel like they have more of a state or more of a podium to stand on, is because of the amount of money that they spend in it. Right? Like versus like sports or anything else, you're not necessarily, I mean, sure, you'll spend money to go to a game, you might bet, but that's your own kind of, where it's like within gaming, you're literally constantly investing into that ecosystem. So it's like when somebody knocks your ecosystem, it's like, oh, how dare you say this about my ecosystem when I've invested all this money. I feel like what people get too caught up in is, how are you letting somebody else tell you what your value is? That's the one thing I don't understand. How do you let somebody else signify what value is to you? Now, if you want an opinion, that's one thing. If you want a thought, that's one thing. But like, people literally live their lives for cool points, to fit in, whatever the case may be, so that they can be part of the conversation. Like, Pong, me and you see it all the time. Like, people get on here to be like, oh, I'm just doing it for jokes. So you're not funny in real life is basically what you're telling me. Because if this is the type of joke that you're telling, again, people say satire and everything else. You say satire, but obviously satire doesn't work 98% of the time in today's society anyway. But you say satire, but your satire, it only goes into gaming. And it, not only that, but it doesn't make sense.
And that's what it's doing, Steel. It's feeding egos. That's all this is about, is ego at the end of the day. It's ego and tribalism, because you want to feel like you're a part of the winning tribe, right? That's what all of it boils down to, whether you're talking about sports, whatever the case may be. If you're out here battling for your favorite brand, that's all it is tribalism, because you just want to feel like you're part of the most successful group. Yeah. Right? That's it. And it's feeding your ego to be out here, doing jokes and cots of war and all this kind of, it's feeding your ego. That's you're getting satisfaction. We talk about that all the time too. That's all it is at the end of the day.
And it's up to, and I know a lot of people say, oh, you got to stop giving them attention. You got to stop doing this. You got to stop. It's hard because those people are going to get that attention regardless, because whether you guys like it or not, that's what people like. People like drama. Why do you think those live TV shows do, live, quote unquote, but why do you think those reality TV shows do as well as they do? People love drama. People love feeling like they're involved in something that they don't have to be involved in. They like looking through that door, that window, saying, oh, from outside looking in, this is funny. Oh, why are you so mad? And that's where it gets bad, is that people go that far and then say, hey, why are you so mad? It's just jokes. And that's the problem, right? Like, again, like Pong was mentioned in the past, that gets into the point of intellectual dishonesty. That gets to the point to where you're not helping the community, you're just damaging the community. That gets to the point to where, like, when you wake up on a daily basis, how do you look at yourself? And if that's how you choose to do it, I'm not going to sit here and judge you. I mean, it is what it is, but I'd rather, if I got that kind of time, I'd rather be gaming, like I usually end up doing anyway, right? So I don't know. That's just me. Again, did you want to say anything additionally on what Peter Moore brought up about the whole console war and everything? I mean, we kind of talked about it off and on, but
we kind of talk about it. I mean, competition's good, Steel, right? Competition is good. There's no doubt about that. I'm all for competition. In fact, I like when corporations go back and forth with each other, right? Because it is on a business level, like again, there's so many examples. I've been through all of this. There's always been that, right? Sega does what Nintendo don't, right? Sony having Crash out in front of Nintendo headquarters, yelling it through a megaphone, right? That stuff is like, that's not a personal level. That is
marketing genius.
That's marketing. That's corporations talking to each other and battling it out and having a good time. Again, always my problem is when it becomes personal between fans, and it's no longer, even if you say it's just jokes, it gets to a personal level. And we've seen this example time and time again where people who claims it's just jokes get personal within a podcast or in a spaces about it. And it's not personal. I mean, it's not just jokes, and it's not just, hey, we're having a discussion, a debate about our favorite corporation. We are now calling each other names. We are now tearing each other's intelligence down. We are now doing all of these things. That's when it's like, what are you doing? These are corporations. Like, how empty can you be that a corporation makes you want to attack another person personally? Like, that's where it draws. That's where the line's drawn for me. It's like, man, get some help, bro. You can't be like that, man. That's another human being. Again, corporations are not people. It's just corporations battling it out, marketing, like you just got done saying, Steel. That's fun. But when it gets down to personal level, that's
what I miss. Like, I miss that level of competition, that level of marketing. Yeah. And honestly, like we see the Mag do all the time, right? He'll make funny videos or whatever the case might be. And it's not like necessarily swayed one way or the other, but it's based off the console war shit. And that shit is hilarious. You know what I'm saying? He'll get 20, 30K views, 100K views on something that's funny, and that's just having a good time with it. I don't see why these companies don't spend money doing that. Why don't you spend more money on doing more marketing genius stuff? Let's go to the front of Sony's building and yell at them. Now, Microsoft, you go out there with a Crash costume and be outside of Sony's office. Be like, now what, Sony? I'm part of Microsoft now. I signed that check. Now what? And like, I think that would be super dope. You know how many likes and views and like how much attention that would draw in for people? People like, what the hell is going on? Are they like really beefing? That would really start that conversation up again, and I miss that.
But you saw how people took it. Look, Steel. You look. You see how people take it nowadays, though, right? Aaron Greenberg posted that Crash doing the X on his Twitter account, and people lost their freaking minds. Steel lost their freaking minds. Over that, like it was a personal attack that he dare post Crash doing the X as an Xbox, as Greenberg has done, and how dare he do that to us? How dare he throw that in our face? That's not personal, people. That's not personal at all. That's a marketing. That's the head of marketing for Xbox doing exactly what he's supposed to do, which is still having some fun with the fact that now Crash could be becoming part of the Xbox team. He didn't even like post a meme, let's say, of Crash like walking away from Sony over to the Xbox side. He didn't even do anything like that. All he did was post Crash doing the X symbol, and people were so offended by that and claiming that was immature.
Yeah, I need somebody to go out in a Crash costume to go out to the front of Sony's corporate building and say Microsoft does what Sony don't.
Right.
Yo, that would be
fine.
so
Again,
hilarious.
that's corporate shit.
Oh,
That's corporate corporate against
I'd
corporate
cry.
violence. I'm cool with that.
I'd cry.
Like again, like I said, if I was Phil, I'd be cutthroat. I'd be cutting up deals. I'd be doing that stuff, right? That's not who Phil is, but at the same time, like to your point, Steel is that type of advertising, that type of marketing can really hit home.
But you know, to have fun.
And it's not personal. It's corporate against corporate.
Have
man.
fun with it.
Yeah, have fun with it.
I guess that also opens up a different conversation to where it's like, is it up to these companies or corporate or whatever the case to kind of help that narrative also, or because they could help with that, right?
But it's a no-win situation, Steel, because then you got Phil out here being himself, saying that he's excited for God of War Ragnarok, and my God, people lose their freaking minds over that, right?
Yeah.
So like it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. It does not matter, right? Again, that's where we come in as consumers, and people just have their egos wrapped up in a piece of plastic or whatever brand it is, whatever product it is. Your ego is so wrapped up in it that it's personal for you. Like you're gonna go and fight a war over a brand. Like, brother, like, and again, it's not the first time. I know this. I've seen it forever. Nike, whatever the case may be, people get so, but again, that's a human being problem. Like, you gotta take a step back, man, to realize you're fighting over a billion-trillion-dollar company who really at the end of the day could care less outside of the fact that care less for you outside of the fact of whether or not you're going to open up your wallet and spend money there. That I honestly, at the end of the day, individuals within that company may honestly really genuinely have a connection with you as a customer or as far as a general kind of feeling. But overall, you're still just a number at the end of the day. And that number is how much money you're going to spend with them.
Yeah,
period.
100%.
Period.
For him, Scott said that he would have Nathan Drake twerking on Phil Spencer's car. I think that should be fucking hilarious. Like I don't know. Maybe have Aloy out there. I don't know. Like grapple hooking Master Chief. I just think that shit would be fucking hilarious to me. I don't know. Like there's so many things that you could do, but like people are saying in the chat, like you've said, things are different, a little bit different nowadays. But you brought up a good point. Just talking about money and everything. Gogo Poe asks, what game is being played in the background? Gogo, man, this is Synced Off Planet. It is currently only available on PC. It is actually still in open beta, I believe, early access. They haven't fully got it off the ground. They said it's been out for about a year. They got some new game modes that they're trying out and everything, but that is the name of the game, Synced Off Planet. I do believe that I also put that in for the game below also. I try to do that with whatever game that whatever game that I have up for recording or that I have gameplay of. I try to put that in the description and everything underneath. I mean, and Gogo, like Gogo says, I like console warring. It makes it more fun, and it can be. And it just depends on your perspective. As long as you're not like 100 times deep into it, it just depends. Jesse Darby says, I'm like that with a couple basketball players and a couple new basketball players. I always say Michael Jordan's the GOAT. LeBron will never be. And Jesse, I can definitely agree with you. Slight side note. But the other thing too is that the game was played differently. Also, that's another part of that is that I don't know if LeBron would have made it back then because of how much they were G-checking each other and how rough they were with each other. LeBron would have got hurt the way that he was playing because they wouldn't have allowed him to keep coming in, especially around Shaq. Nah, he would have been on the floor.
Oh no, I mean, go back to the Knicks. Knicks with Oakley, and stuff like that. Like how they absolutely destroyed Pippen.
Yeah.
Even though LeBron is bigger than most of the players back in the day, they still would have hit him. They still would have put him on the floor. Every drive to the basket, they would have put him on the floor.
And the rules are a lot more stringent today than they ever were back then. Like boxing, right? Like boxing used to be fucking crazy back in the day. Where now it's like, hey, things start swinging one way. They're quick. Nope, because too many people have really sustained. Like Muhammad Ali, biggest example. He's taken way too many blows to the head. If he would have had people that would have maybe watched out for him, or better refs or better rules to be in place, maybe he wouldn't have some of the issues that he's having today. But things grow, man. You know what I'm saying? But I agree. Again, Jordan was just a different animal, man. He literally did anything. My biggest slight side note, Jordan was able to turn it on whenever he needed to. And that's the biggest thing that I don't notice in today's players, unless you're like a Steph Curry. Yeah. I don't see a lot of people who just turn it on. Yeah, and he did it on both ends, offense and defense. Where now
he's still the only player in history. I saw this fact today or yesterday. Only player in history still to win the scoring title and also win Defensive Player of the Year in the same year.
Because that mattered.
He's the only one.
Because that mattered back in the day.
And for people who want to say that Jordan couldn't play in today's game because he didn't have a 3-point shot, Jordan would have developed a 3-point shot if he was playing in today's game. He would have been in the gym nonstop. And he would have developed that 3-point shot because he didn't need to back then because it was a different type of game, right? He still had an acceptable 3-point shot. But if you don't think he would have been working on that 3-point shot in today's game, you're fooling yourself. He would have made himself the best 3-point shooter of all time had he been playing in today's game.
That was his mentality. Yeah, that was his
mentality.
That was him and Kobe Bryant. So I'm sorry, slight sport tangent, but him and Kobe Bryant are the only two. I mean, there's other sports and everything, but in basketball at least, that had that type of work ethic where it was just like, if I needed to get better at something, I would literally go to the gym and work all day until I became. Jordan was great because he made himself great. He wasn't born that way, right? So,
and he made everybody else better around him. Everybody. Now you can say whether or not he did it the right way. He broke some people as well because he was so tough on them. But there is no doubt about it. Jordan was one of the greatest team players when it came to building everybody up around him and making them perform at a higher level than they even themselves thought they were capable of. And that was because of the pressure Jordan put on them to be the best.
And that's the pressure Xbox put on PlayStation.
Yeah, right, exactly. And to be fair, PlayStation's pressure on Xbox from last generation to be better, to do something different, to reinvent themselves.
Exactly.
And that's why we have the Xbox of today. If it wasn't for Sony's dominance last generation, we may not have Game Pass as we know it today. We might still have Game Pass, but they might not have invested as heavily as they have. We might not see the acquisitions currently that we've gotten from Xbox without Sony dominating the way they did last generation. It makes everybody better. That's what competition's about.
And like Peter Moore brought up, he was like, anytime that you got these companies spending billions of dollars, investing billions of dollars in a space, you know you're doing the right, you know you're making the right move. Because $80 billion, ladies and gentlemen, like again,
more money than anybody else ever.
Period. In gaming. Like, come on, guys, it's going a completely different direction. But it's to roll it back in a little bit because we were bringing up money and funding and everything else before we got to a hot sports stakes. Again, you got to have those, and it's always a beautiful conversation to have. Real quick, Jesse Darby says everybody doesn't realize this about Jordan. He was a track star in high school. He was no good at basketball. He practiced until he got. Yes, that is one of the. Ken, man, if you haven't watched the Jordan doc, I don't know what else to tell you, bro. Like, if you want to know what the definition of greatness is and why he's considered the GOAT versus anybody else that you throw, that's why the only other person that you could throw in that conversation is Kobe Bryant. And he's the only other person because he was at that level. Kobe scored those points in a game, right? Like, that'll go down forever.
Kobe was the ultimate mimic, man, because he built himself around being Jordan. Like, and again, that's not a slight to him, but honestly, building yourself around the greatest player of all time and literally practicing your shots to copy the exact form of the greatest of all time and actually pulling it off because of your natural God-given talents. That's what made Kobe, because he had that mental attitude. And I will give Kobe, his mental attitude came from within himself. And he's the closest mentally to what Jordan was. Absolutely 100%, but in his own way as well. He created that Mamba style by copying Jordan, but that was all internal, right? So again, it's not a slight to him. He just chose to mirror the best of the best, and it wound up making him arguably in 1 and 2, right? Yeah. So that's what's crazy about Kobe, man. I shout out to Kobe. Loved Kobe.
He taking too soon.
Yep. Yep.
But since we were talking about funding and money and everything, there was another interesting conversation that went through this week that Sony's broke. PlayStation's doing terrible. All the funds are going down. And I'm pulling this article from Bloomberg actually, where they're talking about Sony cuts profit outlook on weaker PlayStation prospects. And then they go on to say Japanese console maker lowers third-party game sales estimates, and yen's decline is both helping and hurting Sony's bottom line. I think Sony recently had their earnings call. Was that what it was, where this came from? Where some of the things year over year have not seemingly been the greatest for them. I mean, it's not the worst, but because this does kind of fall in line with what's expected, especially coming out of the pandemic. People are getting back to some normalcy. We got some other major real world things that are going on. Hey, recession, guys. But this article is coming from Bloomberg. Again, Bloomberg.com. Check them out. This article was written by Takashi Mochizuki and Yuki Furukawa. So, Sony Group Corp cut its profit outlook as its PlayStation division faltered and game sales slumped. The Tokyo-based entertainment conglomerate, using a lot of, okay, I see what you did there, said on Friday that it now expects 1.11 trillion yen, otherwise $8.3 billion, in operating profit, down from the 1.16, so that's probably going to be right around 7.8 billion, I guess. Somewhere around there. Again, previously. The Gaming and Network Services Group, which houses the PlayStation business, accounted for the full revision, taking 16% cut from the 305 billion yen to 55 billion yen. Sony revisited its outlook on costs related to its acquisition of Bungie, the weaker yen and lower expectations for third-party software sales on the platform. Okay. The company's games underwhelmed in the April to June quarter with 47.1 million sales of PlayStation 4 and 5 titles, down from 63.6 million in the same period a year ago. I think the number is actually on that. And I actually want to pull that up really quickly because somebody else did a better breakdown, kind of just showing us the numbers straight on.
While you're pulling that up too, Steel, let's throw Xbox in here as well because they announced their fiscal year 2022 quarter 4 results as well this week. So let's get them both in there because there is something to be said because there was a slight downturn for both companies overall, right? So this is from Benji Sales. He kind of broke down what Xbox talked about this week as well for their fiscal year 2022 quarter 4. Gaming revenue declined 7%. Content and services revenue declined 6% due to lower engagement hours and monetization in third and first party content. Xbox hardware revenue declined 11%. Game Pass subscribers, however, did continue to grow. And also worth noting, from Benji as well, was despite the slight decrease across the board in revenue, this was Xbox's still their second highest quarter 4 ever in gaming. So overall, down, but still good, right? Still had that positive, and I think the same could be said for Sony in a lot of ways. Down, but still good. Although subscription service wise, probably not the numbers they wanted to see wise, but go ahead. I just wanted to bring Xbox because that was this week as well. We can kind of combine them.
No, that's perfect. Definitely fill in those spots for me because this isn't just a one-sided conversation. They both have seen some loss. Again, like Pong has mentioned, although Game Pass still seems to be working that magic number, it has that effect, and that's definitely a good thing. So, but I got the numbers that just a little bit of a better breakdown from what I just was pulling from Bloomberg. So, So far, the results are 2.4 million PS5 shipped, so 21.7 million lifetime. That's pretty goddamn good for the consoles only being out for a couple years. 47.1 million units of software. That's dope. The one that got me, the one that really drew my attention the most, was 6.4 million first-party software. Ladies and gentlemen, I mean, again, we've talked about it numerous times here. Like, what more can I say about that? What is that? That's Horizon Zero Dawn, and what else would that number be based on?
Gran Turismo.
Gran Turismo. So Horizon Zero Dawn and Gran Turismo have only combined have not hit 10 million copies sold. And again,
to be fair though, Steel, to be fair though, these numbers are from April through June. So they both launched prior to that. So that's not going to be including their launch numbers, right? Just to be fair, just so everybody understands, it's April to end of June, where these numbers came from.
So let's be so I would say let's be more fair. Let's say let's say they're right around 10 million. So 5 million apiece between two of your first party exclusive titles to your ecosystem. I mean, I think that's definitely. But when you look at your neighbor, when you look at the third party market, and you see that Elden Ring just did right around 15 million, if not more, it does kind of make you look internally, be like, I mean, what are we doing, guys? Like, I don't know, like, what's going on? Not to say that those games are doing terrible, but it just kind of reiterates that point of it's not necessarily enough either, especially when you have a console market of, you do 21 million PS5s currently. I mean, I guess it's not too bad considering 10 million first party games sold, 10 million copies of the first party game sold. Out of that, that's about half the base is invested in those titles. We definitely want to see more. And other thing too that you got to consider is that the sales numbers are going to fall off very heavily from this point forward. So it's not like, oh, they're going to get another 5 million copies sold within the next 2 years. I don't see that happening, which is why what I'm saying here, where it just opens up a bigger conversation that at least I think that Jim Ryan definitely has a point to stand on, saying that, hey, these games aren't necessarily what we can depend on to help feed our ecosystem and make sure that we get that quality content to our community. So Jesse Darby says, I see an article where it said it was 27 million for the PlayStation 5, and it very well could be. C4 Skills said they never shared their numbers, must still be low. And again, we can only go based off of whatever numbers are available to us. If it's 27 million, if it's 21 million, whatever the numbers are, I do know that both consoles, whether it's the series consoles or the PlayStation consoles, they both are within a reasonable amount of range with each other, where people thought this was going to be another generation of like a 3-to-1, 2-to-1, as far as PlayStation going to Xbox, or that's obviously not going to be, it hasn't been the case thus far. Let me continue. 79% digital software ratio. Ladies and gentlemen, like, I don't know if we can paint a clear picture for you. We're moving more and more towards the digital era, to the digital market. Things have been going that way. It is what it is. 47.3 million PS Plus subscribers. Again, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that is Sony now combining all their numbers together for the most part, for their Plus subscribers. Since they got a new tier now, so they have a lot more people they can incorporate, since they have the different levels or whatever the case. So everybody's kind of in one bucket now. So that kind of helps out. They have 102 million monthly active users. That's pretty good. That's pretty dope. You've got 50% of most of your base is using their consoles. That's always good. And then revenue decreased by 2%, and then profit decreased by 37%. They're never good numbers to see for sure. I saw some people really like blowing this up. I saw a lot of different people opening up spaces. I saw some other conversations through Reddit and YouTube people going into this saying it's doom and gloom for Sony, and Sony's going to have a hard time as they move into the future, and this is already starting that downturn for them. And honestly, I don't think that it is. It definitely is, for me, at least from what I notice, and this is something that's been kind of constant conversation over the last couple of years, that this is expected. There's going to be a downfall as people do get some form of normalcy back to their lives. People are more active. They're getting back outside. Again, there are real world things that are also going on that are going to make people not necessarily worry about gaming so much. They're going to want to make sure that their personal affairs are in order, that they're not going to run into issues there. And that's the main thing that I'm taking from this. A lot of those people who were investing are kind of not spending as much time as they were. But especially when you're looking at it from year over year, but I do still feel like if you look at the numbers from, I want to say about 3 years ago to the numbers now, they're definitely moving in a direction that they want to go. They're seeing record number consoles being sold generation over the generation, which is always the ideal thing to see. The other thing that stuck out to me was the third-party sales really being declined. That kind of demonstrates to me that the service-based model could be possibly working, that Game Pass could be possibly having a major effect on how people are looking at games, or people could just be looking at games a little bit differently, right? Hey, if you're involved in one ecosystem, if you've got more places to play here, of course you're going to invest to play there, because you can play, not only can you play on the Xbox, but you can play with your PlayStation, PC, whatever, at Steam, friends, wherever they may be. Because ecosystems like Xbox, for an example, allow that to open up. Again, I don't think this is a doom and gloom situation. Sorry, moment of silence there, but I don't think it's a doom and gloom situation. I think it's kind of par for the course. Pong, I mean, do you think that Sony should probably, tuck the tails, hide under a rock? Big bad Microsoft is out here to play. The Activision deal is going to put Sony out of business, and maybe they should just stop competing, or what do you think is going on here, man?
No, I know, and I'm going to take an overall picture again between both numbers. Look, this was even if their expectations, even if these numbers on both sides, Xbox and PlayStation, fell below expectations, especially in some key metrics. Okay, this wasn't completely out of the blue. Everybody was waiting to see. They're really, look, they don't analysts go based upon history, and they try to project, right? But they base a lot of their data based upon what has happened previously,
right,
in similar markets.
Right.
And with a pandemic that we just are, well, some people we say we're still in it. Obviously, for a lot of the world, we're coming out of it in a lot of different ways. There was no historical data to compare the situation to.
Right.
So everybody out there, if you read a lot of the business articles and business journalists that came from the perspective of, they were looking at the game industry, which was, again, probably the biggest benefactor out of outside of pharmaceuticals and that kind of stuff, but that's a whole different topic. Listen, the video game industry benefited from the pandemic more than most.
Yeah.
Okay, at the end of the day, because of what it offered people who were stuck at home in lockdown. That had never happened in the history of video gaming industry previously. We'd never had a situation like that, especially across almost the entire world, where people were forced to stay home and they had to find something to do while they were at home. And the video games is what a lot of people turned to. The industry saw more growth during that time frame than they had previously at any other given point. And so analysts had been writing and journalists had been writing about this. What was going to be kind of the return to the mean, right? The return, what was that going to look like when people could finally get out of their homes, start living life again, going back to work, being able to just go out during the summertime as normal? What was that going to look like for this industry that saw this explosive growth? And so now we're starting to see that a little bit here, Steel, right? This was not out of the blue. This was something that a lot of people were waiting for. And honestly, I was expecting a little bit more than this, especially with how, hot the summer has been. Maybe that actually contributed to some people staying in more, but I think I've seen more people on Twitter going and doing normal things, going out to clubs, going on vacation with their family, going to the cabin, all that kind of stuff. And so I think that this was pretty normal. And I don't think that either company should be freaking out. Now, let's talk about a recession, which, again, I'm not here to argue whether or not we're in it, what the definition is, whether or not people are changing it. Of course they are, whatever, it's political. But we are in a recession. And this is not just a recession in the United States. This is a recession worldwide. People are struggling everywhere. Some people worse than others.
Right.
But at the same time, what does that do? That means that the budgets have to come back. Now, during the pandemic, during the lockdown, there was a lot of government money being thrown around to help people out.
Right.
People were buying TVs with their government checks. Yeah. Listen, no joke. Consoles. No joke. Hey, consoles, everything else. Now with a recession and people having to look at their budgets, the first thing that happens in a recession is that your extras go out the window. Your entertainment, your hobbies, your frivolous spending is the first thing that we see as you prioritize, whether you are a single person, whether you are a family, you start to prioritize food. You prioritize gas, because now gas is over double what it was at one point here recently. So now you got your priorities that align. So entertainment and that kind of stuff is the first thing that gets cut down. Well, guess what? Video games are an entertainment form. But if you can provide enough value still, people will budget you still in. Now, where's that value going to come from? Is that value going to come from $70 single player games? Is that value going to be there spending $70, even spending $60? The old price that we're all used to, spending $60 on a single game. You think you might chop down on the number of those games that you are able to buy during a recession? Of course you are. That's going to be one of the things you budget out. However, if you're offered a subscription service at $10, $15, $18 a month that offers you a wide range, a library of different games that you can go ahead and partake in, that might be something that you do keep in. And we saw Game Pass subscriptions are up for Xbox year over year because that value is there. Now, Sony, that's why I said Sony probably was expecting a little bit more uptake in their subscription service, but they still have a lot to prove. And we talked about that many times, Steels, leading up to the launch of PlayStation Plus, what that was going to look like, how they were going to give value. So they're still working through that process and still trying to attract people. Now, what I do think this does, Steel, and I'll talk about the Sony side here specifically, is this is going to help Jim Ryan make that push with the Sony execs. This recession is actually going to help Jim, these numbers showing that spending is down. And the key metric that Sony also talked about, which we've been hearing about from the Xbox side for a long time now, and we've talked about it numerous times, the key metric that they also brought up was engagement. Playtime was down 15% for PlayStation. That's nothing to sneeze at. Now, some of it, again, a portion of that would be to be expected during summertime when more people are going out, of course, but not all of it. And they addressed that directly, and that's what was brought up earlier. They said they were going to take action against that. Jacob Novak brought that up, that maybe that wasn't the best word. Go ahead.
No, I pulled that article up here from Push Square, actually.
Yeah, Push Square. Yep.
Sony to take action as PS5, PS4 owners play less than anticipated. They forecasted much better engagement. And that's kind of crazy that if Sony really tried to forecast that they were going to get better engagement, that now that opens up a more interesting conversation, because that tells me, or at least opens up the question for me, how disconnected are you then? Because anybody who's anybody could piece together that you're only getting the attention that you're getting because of the pandemic. I mean, even Xbox came out and said when the Game Pass numbers, they weren't expecting the Game Pass numbers to be where they're at right now. That wasn't an expectation. They said they were ahead of the curve. So it's like, and I see Microsoft kind of like down the back, hey, you know, this is kind of within reasoning, but what you were just speaking on, one of the key details from Sony quarterly financial report yesterday was also confirmed that the PS5 had shipped, again, confirmed that number, 21.7 million consoles, is that PS5 and PS4 owners are playing less than they were a year ago. The manufacturer noted that total gameplay time is down a sizable 15% year over year for the 3-month period ending in June 30th. Now, a lot of the decline appears to be focused on April and May, with the platform pointing out it saw a 3% month-on-month increase in June, which itself was down just 10% year over year. This is a much lower level of engagement than we anticipated in our previous forecast. The company blamed the deceleration of the overall industry as the reason for the slide, as opportunities have increased for users to go outside due to a reduction in COVID-19. We intend to take action to increase user engagement in the second half of the fiscal year, during which major titles, including first-party software, are scheduled to be released, primarily by increasing the supply of PS5 and promoting the new PS5 Plus service. Of course. I mean, of course. Yeah, of course that's what you're going to do. So, my fault.
And that's what, no, that was perfect interjection there to read that article, because that's where I was pulling the stats from. That, again, this all leads to me believing that Jim Ryan now is going to have more sway, because now the old guard at Sony headquarters that has seen so much success from, and we've talked about this before, this is my theory, this is, again, just looking at the bigger picture, the satellite RTS view point of nobody who doesn't run billion-dollar companies, trillion-dollar companies, just taking a look at what the history of video games has been. And because Sony's execs are so comfortable with how they dominated previous gens by the old way, and Jim trying to convince them that the crystal ball is showing us, and you talked about it, Steel, when you were discussing the stats, how many people switched over to digital. 78% or whatever it is now, digital on PlayStation. Listen, Jim sees the crystal ball. He understands that the trailblazing that Xbox is doing is probably on point. Now, we won't know that because nobody can predict the future, right, but they can see the success that Xbox is having. And they've been talking about engagement numbers forever, because that's the most important metric when it comes to a subscription service. How long are people spending in your service? Because the longer somebody spends in your service, the more chance is they're going to spend money within that service. That's how it all works. It's a cycle of life when it comes to subscription services based upon this, because again, it's different than Netflix. Okay, it's the same because you want people spending more time there, because that means they're not doing other things. But also, when it comes to Game Pass, that's the differentiating factor than a Netflix, is as they're in your ecosystem within Game Pass, you can spend money outside of just the monthly fee, because there's microtransactions, because there's DLC, because you can purchase games as you're playing them because you're enjoying them so much. So the longer people spend with you, of course, that means better things overall, but more so when it comes to a subscription service like Game Pass. So Jim sees all this. Jim is not a dummy. Again, there's a reason why he led PlayStation Europe to the #1 spot. Hey, the man is a business dude. He gets numbers. He gets analytics. Yep. He can sit there and look at what Microsoft is doing and saying, yes, this is where we need to go. Whereas Sony headquarters goes, no, we dominated. We've dominated. We got all the consoles. We dominated. And Jim's going, yeah, but the consoles are capped. We want 2 billion, 3 billion people, just like Microsoft does. They're playing in a whole bigger stadium now. We want to go over there. This is going to make his word a little bit stronger as they start seeing these numbers and they start seeing these declines, that maybe the recession is going to cause people to second guess spending that $70 up front on a game, and that the engagement numbers aren't there because people are finding other things to do. Jim's going to go, that's exactly why we need to invest more into our subscription service. That's why we need to go start cutting more deals. That's why we need to start considering bringing first-party titles sooner than later to that service so that more people sign up. That's why we're doing the PC thing, is to open up a new market. And guess what, Steel? This week also, Sony had an advertisement that came out that not a lot of people paid attention to because it's not that big a deal. But to me, it signals more, Steel, and I'll tell you why. They came out and announced a deal with Backbone to create a Backbone controller for cell phones.
Yep.
And Let me tell you something. What was very interesting, Steel, is that go back and watch the advertisement.
Stick placement?
Sony doesn't have an xCloud. Sony doesn't have that right now.
Remote play.
Got remote play. But the people in the commercial, Steel, were playing on the beach. They were playing outside of their home, way far away.
Role play.
That signals to me that Sony's starting to look forward to having their own xCloud. Now, is it going to be the same? Of course not. They don't have the infrastructure that Xbox has. The fact that they're investing in something like a partnership with Backbone to create a controller, by the way, that has offset sticks, which is not PlayStation, but whatever, offset sticks. But the fact that they're doing this partnership means that they're now taking the mobile market, the accessibility that we talk about, Steel, market, serious. Because Jim's looking at the 2 billion, 3 billion people. So I think that this is going to signal heavy investment, not only in more acquisitions, which we know they're going to do. They're beefing up their legal team. They're going after somebody big here, folks. Guaranteed they're going to go after somebody big. Can it be an Activision Blizzard? Probably not. But can they get to a Ubisoft? Can they get to something like that, a Square Enix and a couple others? Yeah, they sure can. They're going to continue to grow, but Jim is going to start pushing this narrative now on the Sony headquarters saying, look, we're behind. We're behind, people. These numbers are showing it. We can't continue to sell $70 games and think we're going to be okay in this type of market. We can't anymore. It's not worth it to people. It's not in their budgets anymore. The recession is going to cause people to rethink their spending. It already has. It's already started. But we got to look to the future. We got to offer them value. How are we going to do that? By following Game Pass. That's how we're going to do it.
Now, Fahim brings up some good points, though. He's like, doesn't mean you should lose the old way of thinking, though, Pong. You find a way to combine the two. Then he also goes on to say, hey, you don't throw out the old ideology, you adapt it and change it a bit.
And that's what I'm talking about. But again, Fahim, you've got to think about this. They haven't spent the years investing that Xbox already did. Xbox did all that work, and Xbox has the advantage with the Azure servers already set up. Sony is going to have to partner. We saw that deal that they supposedly cut with Microsoft. Now, we don't know what's come of that. But Sony has to play catch up now. So you're absolutely correct. You don't throw your entire old model out. Not even Xbox has thrown their entire old model out, right? It's not all gone. You could still purchase full price games. They still make physical copies of games, right? So again, I'm not talking about Sony has to throw everything out. They're not going to be able to do that because they can't do a 180 like that. It's going to be a slow turn. What I'm saying is that Jim is now going to be able to speed up that turn towards the future, and they're going to have to play some catch up. That's why they did a deal like Bungie, is to catch up on the games as a service, to get that engagement up. They want to use Bungie to help them, right? We saw this with their other purchases that they made as well. They're looking for partnerships and second parties, third parties to help build up and diversify their lineup, which they haven't had to do before. So no, you're right, Fahim. You don't throw everything out, but you do have to look to that future and start making moves towards there so that you can start following in the path that Xbox has trailblazed for you, because that's where the market is dictating it's going. Again, Sony is still going to be able to do what they've always done. They're still going to have those AAA single-player titles, right, that only you can find exclusively on Sony and PC now. They're going to continue to do that. But at the same time, they have to look towards what Xbox is doing and also start implementing some of those changes. And like I said, I think personally, again, I know nothing. This is all speculation town, folks. But I think Jim was having a harder time convincing the Sony board than, say, Phil does when he's already got Satya all in. So Jim's fighting against that old mentality to a certain degree, in my opinion. But I think that this is going to help him win that over. But I think overall, Steel, just to kind of cap this up, these numbers, while they are down for how much they peaked during the pandemic, and some of these year-over-year numbers that we're talking about with these quarters are still competing against pandemic numbers. The fact that we're seeing a lot of single-digit downturns and not huge double-digit downturns, I think is still a positive at the end of the day. Because again, there was always going to be a regression to the mean. And now you throw a recession on top of it, and it's just starting for a lot of people now, but it's been around, it's kind of been lingering around. But the fact that we're only seeing those kind of numbers, not huge dips, says a lot that this industry remains strong, and that this industry, while it peaked during the pandemic, a lot of those people, those new customers that it grabbed and brought in, they're keeping them. People have found gaming to be a valuable form of entertainment alongside TV shows, alongside your movie watching, alongside your book reading, alongside all the normal stuff. Video games are here to stay, and we already knew that, but the growth continues. And I think that they are holding on to a lot of the people that they grabbed during the pandemic time. And I think that's the biggest factor that we should probably look at here. The industry is healthier than it ever has been. And it's only going to continue to be that way. And I think that all these companies, Sony, Xbox, Nintendo, all have a really unique opportunity in history to really go out and grow this industry to a point like Satya and Phil and everybody over at Xbox has talked about, where it's not just segmented or fractured type consumer base. It is now one big giant consumer base of pool of 2 to 3 billion people out there that can access ecosystems wherever they are. I think that's where the industry is moving to, obviously. And I think that can continue. And I don't think these numbers should discourage them at all. And I don't think they will.
Yeah, I mean, again, touching a little bit more on what Fahim was saying, we are in the age of accessibility. And I understand, like, we've mentioned this here too, where you can't just keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result. That's the definition of insanity. And if Sony continue to do things the way that they are, just because they are the leaders currently, I don't think that that's going to end up working out for them in the long run, because Sony already has an issue with retention. People constantly investing in that ecosystem outside of some third-party games, with Call of Duty, Fortnite. If you look at the top 10 games, I mean, you look at the top 10 games for any system, you see what sells. You see what people are playing. And they do have to change something. Like Pong mentioned, Xbox has been kind of quiet, not really quietly, if you've been paying attention, you know, but Xbox has been working on this play that they've had to do something different, because Xbox is not a hardware first company. They are a software first company. So anything they could do to constantly reinvigorate the software, or to get ahead on a software side of things, like making things more accessible through the cloud, like having saves easily be transferred over from generation to generation. Since the Xbox 360, I have not thought about saves on my Xbox. I haven't. I play a game, I might not play it for 2 generations. I have faith in knowing that I can reboot that game 5 years from now, 10 years from now, it's going to have the exact same place I left off at. Competition doesn't really do that. Now, that's just one aspect of it. Microsoft, again, they are up there with Amazon as far as server infrastructure goes. Amazon's number 1, Microsoft's number 2, and is constantly investing more, because they do also understand that Amazon at some point is going to probably look in how to really get more involved within the gaming ecosystem. They already tried. They saw some success with New World. And that has been doing well, although that has heavily fell off. You don't get it. You don't see all the attention that it was getting today. So they obviously still have a lot of other things to work on. But Amazon being one of the number 1 places people as consumers use to shop, is easy. Amazon could tomorrow say, hey, here's 500 games, part of this service, added as part of your Amazon Prime membership. We're going to add it for another couple extra few dollars, or whatever the case may be. And everybody would have instant access, and people would probably end up trying it because it's readily available to them. because it's just access. Oh, I got that. Well, what's this new gaming thing that Amazon's talking about? You mean I can play this new Call of Duty on this? I don't have to get anything. I can just get this Amazon Luna thing or whatever this is. Man, okay, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. I already got a Prime membership. Yeah, go ahead and throw that in the cart. Do it. They could do it one holiday. It could be this holiday. Perfect example. If Amazon was really that greedy and they had multiple hands in the pot, or let's just say this Microsoft deal wasn't happening, they could reach in and be like, look, you know, we can Luna, part of your Prime membership, Christmas. Here you go. Included the new Modern Warfare 2 included. Oh, all these other games included. Yeah, come on through and play them. They could do that. Do I think that they're quite at that point yet? No, because Amazon's still trying to figure out how they work within the gaming space. You can't just go from this huge supplier for all these other shippers and all these other products that you have on your platform and then specifically think that you know what gamers need. Just because you sell those things don't necessarily mean that they know. But it would be kind of ignorant to think that they don't at least have some metrics of what people are looking for. They base themselves off of. So yes, I do agree in some ways for him that Sony does need to do what they've kind of always done. And the main thing that they need to keep focusing on is hammering on their marketing, because that's what they're good at. Because whether people want to hear this or not, Sony is the older brother in the space. Sony and Nintendo. And Sony has always done pretty well as far as marketing to the gamer, because they started with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, as far as the console space goes. Or making it more streamlined, I should say. Making it more noticeable to the people, I should say. More so. And they kind of go hand in hand with each other. It's easy for somebody... You ask anybody, people are going to be like, hey, you got a Nintendo, you got a PlayStation. Immediately. Now you're getting more of that Xbox conversation because Xbox is making itself known. So there's that. But yeah, Sony definitely needs to do some new things, because like we have mentioned here also, they can't rest on their laurels. Single player games, whether you consider them one or done or not, I'm not going to go that far. I am one of the gamers that would consider it a one and done, because I don't go back and play stories. I beat it the one time. It's like Final Fantasy Remake, the best example. They let you play the hardest difficulty that's available to you is normal. Okay. After you beat the game, it unlocks hard. I'm not going to go back and play the game on hard. You should have gave me that difficulty at the beginning. And like, I don't get anything from that. I don't want, like, as much as I enjoyed it, I don't want to play it again. I got other games that I want to play. I'm trying to finish up. Not saying that I'm rushing through the experience, but I'm trying to finish this up because I am a gamer who I like to try to fully complete my games so I can jump into Nier, right? I'm going to fully complete that series. And I'm starting from the original and then going to Automata. You know what I'm saying? So there's different experiences for different people. But I do think Sony's definitely going to change some things up. They stay competitive.
Yeah, and let me bring this interesting stat up too, which I don't think either one of us mentioned as well, Steel and Jacob. Thanks, Jacob. You kind of reminded me about it. Satya also came out during their call and pointed out the fact that over 4 million people had played Fortnite through xCloud.
That's crazy.
And over 1 million of those people were brand new to the ecosystem, to xCloud. So think about that. That was a short time period, right? Since that's been available, not an extremely long time period. Right. xCloud's getting better. xCloud isn't perfect by any stretch of the imagination, depending on where you are, what you're playing on. But the simple fact that 4 million people had accessed Fortnite through xCloud, the least capable way of playing that game, and that is a competitive battle royale game, is really a big number to me, Steel. Really a big number. That shows the potential. And they're talking about upgrading xCloud. We know that eventually they're going to get to the point where they have 4K. We know that they've got the tech behind the scenes where they're bringing the latency down, where they're upgrading the servers. They also talked about how they're expanding their server farms, right? That they're going to have more places in more parts of the world for xCloud and for the Azure servers overall, brother, the only thing that says is that it's going to go up and up and up and up. And like Jacob said, if they get this Activision Blizzard deal done and they start promoting Call of Duty mobile, which is huge across the globe, may not be for us, but it's huge across the globe, and they start promoting that on xCloud and having that accessibility available, brother, sky is the freaking limit here. Again, all signs are pointing up, even if some of the numbers are down. All signs are that it's up. That period. This is an exciting time.
No, 100%, and there's nothing to be slept on. Here says the tech in VR basically practically sells itself. I don't agree. I do think it does that for some people, but VR is another niche thing. And
yeah,
VR,
yes, absolutely.
PSVR 2 is going to be exactly that also. And you're going to be, if you're expecting for that shit to be no less than $400, you're smoking some good shit, and I need to have some of that because that shit's about to be a pretty putty. And we just
and Tim and Psycho, yeah, you're
too.
absolutely. Oh, sorry, I thought you were.
No, you're good.
Sorry,
You're
Steel.
good.
No, and Tim and Psycho, yeah. Orion from ZeniMax is one of the big technologies behind the scene,
right.
For sure, for the latency. Absolutely correct, and how they implement it, whether they do. Again, that's the stuff I'd love. Like I said, we get updates about games. Sometimes I would just love updates about the tech, and I know we get here and there, but I'd love Jason Ronald to do something where he says, and by the way, we've started to implement Orion into our servers, and this is what it's doing for the latency and blah, blah, blah. I'd love to hear some of that stuff. That's some of the behind the curtain stuff that we'll never hear about. We'll just know that it's better because one day we'll fire up xCloud and be like, God, what did they do?
Yeah.
Damn, this is playing better, right? And it's already happened ever since they updated all the servers with Series X server blades, right? All of a sudden it was like, damn, xCloud's playing a whole lot different now. But yeah, you guys are right. Orion is the tech that they did get from ZeniMax that hopefully will help them out at the end of the day, bring better experience for xCloud users.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, and again, there's no telling which way this can go. It's all speculation. But we're always going to keep that conversation open and then go. From there, real quick, I did want to mention Google Stadia at the end of the line. Closure by the end of the summer due to a dubious rumor. Again, real quick, I mean, Google Stadia has kind of been on this train that it was going down anyway. This is coming from more of it looks like a Spanish site. Everyi.it. I haven't necessarily heard of them before, so I would take all of this with a grain of salt. I have heard some of these things before, but I guess we'll see. Compared. This does come from everyi.it. This article is written by Mario Pariotti. And it goes on to say, compared to the ambitious project with which we had to come in contact at its announcement, Google Stadia is today a very scaled down service that has not managed to make inroads into the hearts of fans, net of the convincing technology set up by a technology giant to make streaming gaming accessible. Keep in mind, this is being translated, so there may be some things that are off as far as this goes. After the closure of the internal team initially used for the development of exclusives and the skipped agreements, such as the one initially agreed with Supermassive, remember if you guys remember hearing about that, and they released it in the view of the release of The Quarry, the Stadia project has not managed to conquer the slice of the public that it could perhaps have reached with different strategic decisions. A rumor now emerges that Google has definitely lost hope with Stadia, which is kind of obvious, but with the service set to shut down by the end of the summer. On Reddit was reported a post now deleted of a user who claims to be in contact with an employee of Big Google, thus becoming aware of the company's plans. It is therefore a source that we cannot verify, and for this reason, we invite you to take the rumor as such and wait for any clarification from Google. To listen to the indiscretion, Stadia will by end of summer, with the services that would not be transferred in any way, all members will be notified 30 to 60 days before closing, with the last month available free of charge to everyone. In addition, all months of excess subscription will be fully refunded to your bank account. and access to the games and services will therefore be denied. But those who have purchased a pro subscription after closing the deadline will promptly receive compensation equal to the amount paid. If this is the actual way that they end up doing this, I mean, in some ways, I guess that's cool. That's dope. I don't see them doing this. I don't see them giving people back any money for any of that.
Let me give you a little update too, Steel. Stadia made a post yesterday on Twitter making fun of this. The Reddit post, the source of this that originally came from, has been taken down.
Okay.
And the original poster on Reddit has been a slanderer of Stadia for a long time, well known. So yeah, this is a lot of salt. There was no sources. Yeah, and like I said, Stadia, I mean, again, they're not going to come out and say, "Oh yeah, that's real." Sorry, you guys had to hear the news this way. We're closing. They're not going to do that, but they did make fun of it. And a lot of the Stadia community, and I do follow some Stadia community just to see what they're always talking about because it's interesting, right? It's like one of those. It's like, what do you guys? Guys are so positive all the time about Stadia. What are you hyping up? So I do follow a bunch of people, and they were all like, "This is complete BS. This ain't happening." And like I said, Stadia official Twitter came out with kind of a post making fun of it. And again, this goes back to the original Reddit post, and without being able to read the original Reddit post, it's going to be kind of lost. But they said, just a heads up, old co-worker of mine is now one of the social managers for Google. They had a pretty large seminar in California this past weekend, and long story short, you can now play Wavetale at no additional cost on Stadia Pro until August 1st. So basically promoted a game, but that goes back to the original post on Reddit, which said that there was a meeting in California where they discussed all of this, etc. So that's where it came from. So
huge grains of salt here.
Yeah.
Could it be possible? Maybe. Google does have to definitely look more so internally and see how they are going to fit into the space. Again, they have the technology, so they could definitely sell it to some other people, have other people.
Yeah, they can license it out.
License it out, exactly. Have other people use it. So that's one way that they could definitely make up that space. They don't have to be somebody that's invested into the gaming ecosystem, directly. But I do think that they at some point will. I think it'd be more so in the future once VR or just the thought of the virtual space becomes more of a reality. I could definitely see Google becoming part of that. Again, Google's not the #1 search engine for no reason. So if you don't think that Google has a lot of your information already, or they aren't constantly paying attention to see what other things they can market to you or listen into you and to help market certain things, you'd be kind of crazy. But I don't know. It could be directly in line. It's going to really depend on how things move forward. And again, Amazon can make one move that sparks something in Google, and then boom, now they're back in the space. I don't think that they're going to be known as necessarily. I do think that at some point Stadia may end up. I do think that Stadia is going to end up becoming relevant at some point here.
I mean, technically speaking, they probably still are outside of the tech space. They are at this point. I mean, they have their fan base. They have their hardcore fan base that loves Stadia, and I understand why. It's obviously everything I've seen and heard is that it's awesome tech. But outside of the tech space and what that could bring, they kind of are irrelevant at this point because they're not making games. They're not doing anything to change the industry in any way, shape, or form, right? So kind of they're already at that point.
So yeah, so I guess kind of is what it is. I guess what they got some things that they could prove. Other thing I wanted to throw in here, some quick things. There was new Batgirl gameplay that was revealed for Arkham Knights. I think from what we've seen from that, I at least personally believe that has cleared up some of the questionable things for me. I still haven't played Arkham Origins yet, so I can get an idea of what that gameplay is going to actually possibly feel like, or whether I have faith in that studio to really bring this to life. Though, but what I did see, Pong hit me up in the DMs and was like, "Hey, I thought there was a mod for Arkham Knight or something like that," and no, it was not Arkham Knight. Yeah, Arkham Knight, right?
Arkham City. Arkham City, yeah.
Arkham City. No, isn't the most recent game called Arkham Knight also?
I don't know.
Because it's Asylum City and I thought it was Knight. Could be wrong. And chat, let me know what that third Arkham game was called, because I know it's Asylum City. There's an Origins, and then I thought it was Knight. I know this game is called Arkham Knights, but I kind of want to know now. Either way, we'll find out.
Yeah, no, it's Arkham Knight.
It's called Arkham Knight. So, and then the recent game is called Arkham Knights, right?
Yeah, I think yes.
That's so weird. I knew that there was something confusing about that. Yeah, see, Boom came in and said it's Night. So I know I wasn't tripping.
It's Night because that was 2015. City was 2011. So
and then the new game is called Arkham Knights, right? Hold on. Yeah, it's not called Arkham Knight. It's called Gotham Knights. That's why I was getting it confused. Yeah. I was like, Arkham Knight, Gotham Knights. I like the way that they use the same knights and just called it. It's still Batman, but it's Gotham instead. It's not Arkham, it's Gotham.
Because Batman's dead.
Yeah, with Batman is never dead.
In Gotham Knights, he's dead.
No, there's going to be a whole Court of Owls thing. Yeah, going.
He's dead.
No, he's dead. He's not. He's not dead. I guarantee you, he's not. I don't. Based off of Arkham Knight, playing Arkham Knight, he's not.
Steel. Santa Claus isn't real.
Santa Claus isn't real. That is true. Unfortunately, I wish he was.
Batman's dead.
I don't think he's dead. I think they're gonna play it. They're gonna play it off somehow. But it was looking neither here or there. I put Arkham Knights on my notes. I don't know why I did that. Let me correct that. Gotham Knight, gameplay came out. And they showed the new Batgirl gameplay, which is looking really good. I mean, they said he's dead, but they're gonna come out finding out in the story somehow that he's really undercover and he made one of the people to think that he was dead, and that's what's gonna end up happening. Quote me here today on July 30th, 2 days after my birthday. I said this. But it looked really good. I think the most recent gameplay, especially we got the Robin gameplay, we had the Red Hood gameplay, we've gotten Batgirl gameplay, and we also got some Nightwing gameplay. Out of all the gameplay, this Batgirl gameplay has kind of really solidified that I'm not necessarily worried about the game being good, whether it's going to be combat or anything like that. I'm 100% invested. But again, I'm also a cosmetic fan, and so as soon as I saw that full outfit for Batgirl, it had like that mecha kind of look to it, I was 100% invested. So that's all I needed. So maybe there's a bias thing there. Jez also put out a recent article regarding ExoPrimal. They had another, it's like an open beta kind of test. It wasn't open. It was a closed beta test. Unfortunately, I don't know why I didn't get in. They denied me one time before for whichever reason. I don't understand why. They tried to tell me that I didn't meet the criteria. Whatever. I applied again and I got in, but I still didn't get an invite for it, so it's whatever. But apparently he was saying that it is definitely a mix of Dino Crisis, and there was another game that he threw in there also. But it definitely seems to be hitting all the right marks. It's shaping up to be an insane Dino Crisis and Overwatch fusion. ExoPrimal, I've talked about it here before. It's a mech game where you're going to be fighting a bunch of dinosaurs, third person. It looks really dope. I'm super interested into it. If you guys haven't checked it out, check out ExoPrimal. It is good to hear that it seems to be like it's pretty fun. Again, it's always hard to tell when you get those early accesses and everything, because it could be one way and it could be completely different from down the road. So
ExoPrimal looks fantastic, bro.
Yeah, no,
more and more every time I see it, it looks better and better. Again, I understand, as somebody who loves Dino Crisis and wants Dino Crisis to come back. Yeah, I'm disappointed that Capcom isn't doing Dino Crisis right now. They should bring that back. But What I will say is that ExoPrimal brings me back to the 360 days with Capcom when we got brand new IP that came out of the blue like a Lost Planet that nobody had ever heard of before and all of a sudden blew up. Capcom is back on top of their game. I have the utmost faith in what Capcom's doing over there. With ExoPrimal, yeah, the initial disappointment of it not being Dino Crisis, when I saw the dinosaurs and I saw the redhead girl, kind of wore off, and now I've sat back and I've watched each time they show off a new video. It just gets better and better. It reminds me of Anthem mixing with Dino Crisis, right?
Yes.
With the suits and the different classes, right? That's what it reminds me of. And now I did see that article. I think it was Windows Central, or whatever else, that said that if you like Overwatch and you like Apex Legends, you need to keep your eye on this one. I think that more has to do with like the PvP stuff in it, but PvPvE does have a lot of interest for me. I think this game does have the makings of something that could be really cool. Again, it's not coming from some unknown developer. It's not coming from an indie developer. This is coming from Capcom. And like, you know, Jasper brought up, well, Capcom doing multiplayer. And I said, yeah, you weren't old enough to experience Lost Planet. Capcom's done some amazing
Lost
multiplayer
Planet was
before.
fucking godly.
Yeah. Yes.
That is such a fucking great game. They need to remaster
absolutely. Absolutely.
Remake it.
But they had a freaking fantastic multiplayer. So I said yes. And this is not just a straight multiplayer. This is more PvE VP because you're competing against other teams. So for me, this has all the makings of a brand new IP from Capcom that could be a really great time with some friends. And I think that's what this is about here. And anytime you get to show up and shoot dinosaurs, whether they're dropping out of interdimensional portals for some unknown godly reason, I don't have any idea what's going on, but hordes of dinosaurs that you get to lay into while you're living out your Iron Man fantasy that Steel always has, being in a power suit. Yeah, man. This is going to be cool. And I love all the effects. I love everything about it. The colors pop in the palette, the special effects that they got going on, all the different, seemingly all the different types of mechanics that you're going to have, not just gunplay, but you're going to have your powers and that kind of stuff. Listen, that all speaks to me. So I can't wait for this game. I'm super excited about ExoPrimal.
No, yeah, I'm super hype about ExoPrimal. There's another one of those is day one for me. I want to try it out, see if I'm gonna have a good time with it. Hopefully it doesn't have that Anthem syndrome. This could be the game that kind of takes. We're very close to a game that has those mech feels and actually brings it to life. Honestly, I don't care what EA does or what. They need to do something with those Anthem assets. They really do. I don't care if they need to sell them to somebody, if they just need to create a whole new game, but goddamn was that game a good base for something. And whether you take that and make an Iron Man game, whatever you need to do, Xbox, go to EA, go get all the Anthem assets, and go make an exclusive superhero Iron Man game. There's your Marvel IP. Hey, you're winning. Hey, how about instead of Dante fighting dragons, how about you and like he was doing a Scalebound, basically. How about we just replace it with mechs and dragons? Hey, Scalebound's back, Mechbound. Hey.
Okay,
we're doing something.
Okay, Steel. All right. No, I agree with you though. Anthem had some of the most satisfying flying to ground.
It felt good.
That I've ever had in a game. Like the landing, everything about that game was so cool, man. Now, I can't believe they abandoned it. I can't believe they did that.
It's a good party game too, man. God damn.
Oh my God. And Dip Down Games, yes, the Lost Wild from Annapurna is the next Dino Crisis like game. The only thing I will say, the game looks phenomenal. Everybody go check out the Lost Wild. Annapurna showed it off at their showcase the other day. Go check it out. Looks incredible. The dinosaurs are looking ridiculously cool, and the survival aspect of them hunting you down looks amazing. My only thing is, I didn't see any weapons. I saw a flare gun.
Yeah, that's not good.
Look,
I'm not trying to be around dinosaurs with a flare gun.
If you're going to have a pack of raptors chasing me, or you're going to have a couple T-Rexes hunting me down, Gotta give me a gun, man. You gotta give me a gun. But it looks awesome. Hopefully, it's only been announced to wishlist on Steam right now. Hopefully, it's going to come to console. I imagine it will. It does look really, really good though, and gave me those Dino Crisis vibes with the darkness everywhere. You kind of sneaking around. Yeah, but you got to give me some guns. I got to be able to get some weapons in that game, please.
Yeah, no, 100%. I definitely agree. But yeah, that game is looking really dope. ExoPrimal, so definitely gotta stay on the lookout for that.
Yeah, Fahim, Dino Crisis with Resident Evil 2 would love. Yeah, on the RE engine. Yes, RE engine is incredible. I can't.
Oh, and Jacob, if I said sell it to Xbox, not sell it to Anthem, I didn't mean to say. I mean, if that's what I said, I apologize. I meant to say EA sell it to Xbox. I thought could be wrong. So that looked pretty dope. What else was there? Then there was also Wolong Fallen Dynasty. The Wolong official Twitter page came out and gave some additional information. We saw that at Xbox's showcase that happened in June, and that was one of the new ones that we seen. They came out and gave some information saying that there's going to be a character creator, which I thought was really dope because I thought it was going to be focused on the characters that they showed. So that was really interesting. There's going to be challenging gameplay. Of course, I expected that. There's going to be a morale system. Okay, interesting. Weapons used with Chinese martial arts. So that means that there could be some variety there, which is really dope. There's one of the things that For Honor really takes advantage of is that the different characters all have their own fighting style. They feel completely different from one another. That could be really dope. We've got famous warlords from the Three Kingdoms. So a little bit of that history in there. There's nothing wrong with that. More of that we can get to the West because a lot of people don't realize those things or haven't paid attention to a lot of that mythology and a lot of the history in the Eastern culture. That I do feel like nowadays could come over to the West and really hit hard. So that's really dope that they're throwing that in there. Again, also ties in the creatures and fiends from Chinese mythology. Again, anytime that you can throw in anything from that, from the Asian mythology, you're talking about a good time. There's gonna be some sorcery in there. This one threw me for a loop because I wasn't expecting this. Online multiplayer. It doesn't say PvP. It doesn't say, whatever the case. And it doesn't necessarily say co-op either. Multiplayer could be a few different things. If it is PvP, that's going to be really interesting to see. If it's not, and if it's co-op experience, that could also be pretty dope. Just depends on how they have it set up. And then they also said that there's going to be a gameplay trial for the game in the near future. Which is really interesting because we just heard about this game. This could mean that the game's been at work for quite some time. And if they have a trial,
obviously because it was part of the 12-month plan for the showcase, which
true.
means it's supposed to be out early next year, first quarter next year.
But we didn't get a date
so
it
has been in. It has been in work. Steel, I could be way off base here. Okay, I could be really way off base with Wulong. From what I'm reading, could we be getting a Souls Musu fighter here?
Damn.
Could we like a more technical, what I'm saying?
I didn't think about it. I didn't even think about that. I
From
don't know
the,
if it'd
from
be
the,
over the top like a Musu.
not that's
I
what I'm saying.
That style though, yeah.
Scaled back, but in the middle of bigger battles, like a Musu, right? A Musu is hack and slash button, button masher, that type of game. But what I'm picturing is bigger battles than a Dark Souls, an Elden Ring, whatever the case may be, a From Software game where it's more you versus a few monsters, but bigger battles. Not Musu like 1,000 hit combos, right? I'm not talking about that. But a Musu's type where you're on the battlefield and you're fighting more people, but it's more technical and you actually have to learn how to use the different fighting styles to overcome big groups of enemies. And that's where the multiplayer comes in, the co-op, and you have people, you're both in that battle. I don't, like I said, I could be way off here just from the video that they showed us where they did show the bigger scenes, the bigger battles going on, it seemed. And then, yes, you would have your one fight with like the captain or the, whatever the case may be, the leader. And you said there's a morale system in there. I'm just getting this idea like a Souls like Musu fighter. Like, just, I don't know why. We'll see. If we're going to get gameplay soon, it'll be interesting to see what it looks like.
With the saying that it's going to have challenging gameplay,
yeah,
you're going to have weapons used in Chinese martial arts, creatures, online multiplayer. It does kind of remind me of jumping in with
Dynasty Warriors, Samurai Warriors.
It does kind of remind me of that. And I do like the idea of kind of dialing back the Musu style where it's not so many enemies, maybe more streamlined, so the story is more understandable. You're getting more of a experience, I guess, more so, because like when you get into Musus, you're like, it's really just let me drop in, let me just fucking slay a bunch of shit. I'll get the objective when I get to it. Oh, you're timing me now. All right, let me run over here. I like where you're taking that, man, because it could be kind of drop in, drop out, where you always have those players available, but they're controlled by AI. And so you say, hey, I say, Pong, come on in here. Let's slay. I'm in the middle of taking over this kingdom. Come slay some people with me, man, so we can take it over. It'll help build up your character, or whatever the case might be. I think that would be super dope, man. Especially in that style, man. Yeah, I mean, you definitely bring up an interesting point. Again, I wasn't expecting to see any of these things. I was expecting for it to be more of like a Souls-like experience, maybe like a Sekiro in some form, shape, or factor. Which is Sekiro. I don't know if I'm gonna back to it. I enjoyed it for what it was, but it didn't pull my attention like Elden Ring did, or other Souls games has. I don't know if I'm gonna end up getting back to it, but it could have something like that. Be a multiplayer Sekiro style game, maybe with more combat, more enemies on screen, more things going on, more places for you to adventure. What else is going? Yeah, I mean, I could definitely see that. I think that would be pretty dope. That's it. The other thing too, another quick topic here, is Darktide. 40K. Xbox is doomed. They need to pack up their bags, go home, stop releasing games because keep getting all these delays, and Xbox will never get anything right because they just keep delaying games.
No, but they do. They definitely need to bring in a priest or somebody to get rid of whatever curse is on them. Witch doctor, I don't care what you bring in, but man, is 2022 cursed as far as Xbox goes.
In case you're clueless about what's going on, Darktide 40K ended up getting. It was a little bit of a delay. It's still coming out this year, but it's coming out in November on PC.
No, on PC.
Right? On PC.
Yeah,
it's coming out in November on PC, and then
30th, Steel, the last day.
Okay, so December. It's coming out in December. The game's coming out in December on PC. And then probably a month or two later, I think it was going to be a month. I didn't know. Did they say a specific time, or was it to be determined? I don't think they said it's for the console release.
No, this is the problem, Steel. This is the discussion. You said this is a small topic. This is a big topic here. Darktide is one of the games that we are all looking forward to that was going to kind of fill one of the holes created when you don't have any of your first party lineup coming out. Now, again, Hot Wheels DLC, fantastic, all that. We know that. What I'm saying is, an IP, a fresh IP, a standalone game, we've got none from first party this year. So this is the closest thing because this is published by Microsoft, right? Fat Shark is obviously the developer, the makers of Vermintide. We've talked about Darktide. We're all looking forward to this game. This game looks phenomenal.
Yeah,
it's getting better and better. And again, we're all for delays. Nobody's on that train anymore. Again, if you got to delay it to make it better, delay it. They just had the announcement, Steel, for September release. This just happened.
Yeah, I remember.
This was not far out. They just announced the release date for September, and here we are, month later. They're coming out month and a half later, coming out and saying, nah, actually, Actually, as Lore Master Jasper would say, it's not going to be September. And oh, by the way, we can only give you the PC release date, which again is strange to me because this is, I know it's going to be on PC Game Pass, so it's still part of the ecosystem, but why
Why are you
even
separating
give the
it?
PC? Yeah, why are you separating them when this is a big console release for you? Why do that? Why not just delay them both until you're ready for all the different platforms for your consoles and for PC? Just delay it. But they came out and said, nope, PC November 30th. Console will be shortly thereafter. But then you give shortly, but look,
No time
the big red flag here, Steel. The big red flag is if it was going to be just a couple weeks.
Why don't you say
Wouldn't you say in December? Would you just say in December? That tells me, Steele, that you don't want to say what is already known internally, that this is probably a January 2023, maybe February 2023 release for consoles, because you don't want to put that year in there, man, because it's already been a rough year. This signals a red flag that this slips from this year for consoles until 2023. Again, it could still happen, but we're only talking a 4-week span, right? We're only talking a 4-week span. Had this, again, to me, that just tells me that we're not getting it. We're not going to get it in 2022. And that, again, for me as a gamer, I'm not worried about it. I have more to play than whatever. It just, unfortunately, again, continues the bad luck. Phil needs to go through his office, all the Xbox office with Sage or something, because there's been a lot of stuff outside of their control that's happened this year with Stalker 2 and all that stuff going on over in Europe, in Ukraine, and that's caused delays that was outside of their control. They've had, the Starfield Redfall obviously was a big move that they made for the betterment of the games, which we understand that. But this year has been a lost year in the second year of your brand new console generation, with as many studios as you have outside of the Activision Blizzard acquisition. Should not happen. I mean, we're getting stuff like Pentiment this year, which is great. Again, I'm excited for Pentiment. It's Josh Sawyer, but it's a small team. It's an indie game. Coming from a big publisher, it's a passion project from Josh Sawyer. Again, I'm excited for it, but not a lot of people are excited for that game, right? Maybe it hits, maybe it becomes something bigger than people thought, but at the end of the day, it's not what most of the masses would call a AAA home run by any stretch of the imagination that you come to expect that a Starfield or Redfall was going to be for you. There's just not a lot here, Steel. And to lose Darktide, a game that you've been promoting heavily, that you've obviously invested in, that Fat Shark is a great developer who keeps getting better and better, and this game was looking really, really great. It's just it's a big hit, man. It really is. And again, there's nothing to do about it. It's spilled milk at this point. We just got to wait and see, as we do with everything. And there's nothing to change it. It is what it is. But 2022 is certainly a lost year, man. And this is just one more nail in 2022's coffin for Xbox, unfortunately. Again, no doom and gloom. Xbox is going to be fine. Again, gamers have the shortest term memories in history. Gamers can be extremely heavy-handed with the criticism and be out here, and I'm not even talking about the clown show. I'm just talking about attitude-wise in general, from even some of your big fans. This is just another depressing mark, but come next year when the games are dropping on what we expect to be an absolutely regular consistency next year, we're talking about potentially right now one game every 2 months. We're talking AAA first-party stuff here. Everybody's going to forget about 2022. It's going to disappear off the map, and everybody's going to be going, oh my God, I don't have enough time to play all these AAA first-party games. What are we doing? Me, again, I have too much to play as it is. But again, it is disappointing. It's disappointing that this stuff has worked out like this year, for sure. Darktide just being the latest. And Steel, yeah. I'm not going to be able to look at release dates anymore. Again, whenever anybody shows a release date, it's going to be like, yeah, cool. Talk to me when we're a week out. Okay, talk to me. Hey, great to see the game. I want to see all the games. I want to see. But if you give me a release date after this year, I'm just gonna be like, yeah, whatever. Talk to me a week before the game and let me know it's still coming, and then I'll go ahead and say, okay, we're set now in stone, because nothing is safe at this point for me.
Yeah, and I mean, I could definitely understand the perspective on that. I guess this would be the perfect opportunity to kind of just dive off the deep end here. For me personally, I know a lot of people say, I know a lot of people feel like it's been a failure of a year for Xbox. I have mentioned it is unacceptable for Xbox not to have any first party games to speak of this year. Though I'm also of the same mentality that I never realized what was first party, second party, third party until, I mean, I've always kind of low-key noticed it. Of course, you know, those games are specifically published by Xbox, but it was more so that's how you noticed it. But, oh, it's published by these people. Oh, it's published by these. So that was the main thing you paid attention to before. It's hard for me to say, personally, it's hard for me to sit here and say that it's a complete failure for Xbox because of what they are doing differently. This isn't gaming how it used to be. And it's hard to, and it just adds on to the conversation that it's kind of hard to compare how things are going now to how things were in the past, because we are getting more games than we have ever gotten before. And Game Pass is getting filled with more games than you typically have time to play. And you also see the same thing kind of happening on the Sony side. Again, this is also a very difficult conversation to have, because depending on what kind of gamer you are, you're going to have a different perspective. If you only like first party games, like those AAA budget games, $100 million games, then yeah, it is a sad year. But if you are a gamer, like a lot of us mentioned, like Pong has mentioned, you got plenty to play. You got a backlog to fill out. I have to stand on one of my own laurels and say that instead of people asking for new games, how about you go finish the games that you haven't finished yet? Like, everybody wants a new games and you want all these first party games, but people don't finish those games. Why are people still getting diamond achievements for opening up doors in Gears, for an example? Or Forza, for an example, or Halo, for an example. These games aren't the ones getting played, obviously, I guess. And the thing for me is that it is unacceptable for there not to be any first party games, but I also think it's kind of unacceptable to just feel like there's nothing there for some people. I'm not saying that's what we're doing or whatever the case may be, but that's how some people make it seem. And I just can't say that like Xbox has failed in that market, because they did exactly what a company needs to do when they don't have any first party or any of their own product to put out, and is that they filled it with other content. And they're constantly working on cutting deals to fill out the content. Even though first party might not be there, there are games to play on that platform. And I know we've had this conversation here before. Well, you need something that's going to help sell that console, help recognize your brand. Do you, though? Because Xbox has been doing better than ever without any first party games to speak of other than Halo and Forza. So do you? Or do the games just matter? Or does the delivery of the games more so matter than anything else? Does the accessibility matter more so than anything else? Do things like frame boost and resolution boost matter more than anything else? Because now you're playing the games that are in your backlog at a better quality than you would have gotten on the initial release. So you're getting overall better experiences no matter what. So that's why it's kind of like, it does kind of, I don't know what's going to be a better way of a good way to put it. So I'll just say however I can. It definitely leaves an open wound for sure. that now, okay, here's another game that not is getting moved out. Not only that, but you're telling us it's coming to PC 3 months later. That's what it is. Damn near 3 months later. And November 30th, that's December. Like, come on, guys. Almost 3 months later, and then not have a date for the console. I heard you and Matt talk about this on, on PM and the PM. And I do agree with you both that I don't get what's the point of separating them out. Why? I mean, like, I get it as far as like, oh, well, you're developing it on PC anyway. So if it's available and good to go on PC, then I guess release it. But that also kind of comes across, I know we've been talking about money hatting and, oh, is this a money grab? That's a money grab move. You're obviously what you're doing is the PC game is ready, saying, hey, let's get these sales out for this game, and then we'll get the sales for whenever it comes to console, whenever it's ready. That's not a good look.
Or they're just thinking about the Game Pass side of things in the ecosystem, right? And that it's still going to be offered at PC Game Pass as well. So maybe from Microsoft's perspective, because internally it's all one big giant ecosystem, they're just hey, it doesn't matter to us, it's still going to help our PC Game Pass lineup, so we're going to put it out there. It's still part of Game Pass, right? So maybe that's why they do it this way. Again, whether or not I agree with it, that
whatever, could be one way to look at it. There is more of a PC base than there are like console bases, so I guess that could be understandable. But at the same time, it's like, is it worth the bad PR? That's the main thing. Is it worth the bad marketing? Is it really worth that? And I don't know if it is or not. If it needs to be delayed because you need to put more time into it, delay it. But at the same time, when you're running a multi-million-dollar business, and you're making games, you want to see your return on investment, it's kind of hard to be like, oh, I mean, they should do this or this. If that's what they feel like is going to be the best thing, so I'll tell you what, one thing it will do is if the game is actually as good as some people see, as good as some people feel, and it does get good recognition when it does come to console, you can have a shit ton of people flock to the game. So this could be another, but it's hard for me to lean one way or the other because Xbox is bad at marketing their games more so than anything else. So I don't necessarily have faith that they're going to make sure that they market this game as best as possible so they can build up that hype for their console base and kind of try to make up for the delay or the pushback. Because again, if the game was expected to come out in September of this year on console and it doesn't come out to January, February, that's not a good look. If it's February, that's almost 6 months later. You know what I mean? Like, you're pushing a lot of boundaries there. Like, so how are you going to kind of spin this? And it's all about the spin, right? It just depends on how you spin it. If they spin it in such a way to where it does gain positive marketing and people get more hype than they were previously, the quality of the game is something to be dumbfounded by, and this ends up being the biggest Warhammer game that has ever released within the last decade, then, I mean, there's nothing necessarily to worry about. But if the game falls flat on its face and you release to the PC audience says, this game's okay, I had to do some mods to it, I had to do all these other things to it, get it running good, it's lacking, and nobody's going to get it on console. So it's kind of it's a catch-22 kind of situation, depending on if the game lives up to it, and also depending on how you adjust and kind of make up for the delay. Especially since there isn't much else, at least from a first-party standpoint, for Xbox. Again, there could be multiple other deals that get cut to kind of fill in that space to where we're not even thinking about it at that time, because we could be in the middle, again, September, October. I mean, we're right there on the heels of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. You might be so deep in the Modern Warfare 2 that you don't have any time to play Warhammer. maybe that was another thing that they were considering. Oh, damn, I don't know. There's all these other games that are coming out. I understand that our base may be a little hype for it and people are saying some good things, but I don't know if we should try to compete with this, right? Like, I don't know if that's the case. There's also rumors that Halo could be releasing something this fall, going into the winter. So maybe that has a part of it. But from what I've gathered, at least, it just sounds like they're not ready. Especially when you separate it out that way. Say, yeah, we're going to release it on PC, and then don't give a date. You just say soon after. Soon after, and when you're releasing in December is Christmas? What is soon after? Like, that's not soon after to me. I'm not ignorant.
No, and that's like, again, if you knew it was going to be December, or if you had confidence it was going to be December, you would just say,
before Christmas,
a couple weeks later, or before Christmas, or something.
Yeah.
You know, it would follow up a couple weeks later. We'll have a date for you later. You know, something like that. You wouldn't totally ignore it. Again, it just says to me that it's a 2023 push. And that's, again, they just didn't want to put that in there, knowing full well that they've had a lot of unfortunately bad news this year when it comes to games being moved. And so I just didn't think they wanted to add to it right now. I think that we'll just kind of hear about it as we get closer to the PC launch. Then they'll admit that it's going to be 2023 towards the end of the year. Yeah, it is. It kind of sucks. Shout out to who was it? Cybervise. Good to see you as well. Thanks for dropping in here today. Asked what happened to Fable. Fable is still on track. Listen, I wanted to touch on this a little bit here, Steel. Yeah, I wanted to touch on this a little bit here because I think that this is important because a lot of people, look, we always assume anybody watching podcasts or in our community in Twitter or whatever the case may be is always seeing all the news or being on top of stuff and should just have some general knowledge. But I think it's sometimes important to bring this up and he asked a fair question. I see this a lot because leading up to the showcase, before we found out during the showcase that it was only going to be focused on 12 months, there's a lot of people talking about a lot of different games being shown. And I think Fable was one of the most requested. Obviously, Fable is going to be gigantic when it launches. But here's the deal, Steel. And I think that, and we could talk about Grand Theft Auto 6 coming up here as well. I think people, us gamers, need to get comfortable with the fact that game development overall generally is not going to get any shorter. In fact, it's probably going to be longer. And this is for a couple different reasons. Number one, the criticism and pushback and failures of games coming out broken is at an all-time high. And that is going to make publishers and developers extremely gun shy about releasing games before they're ready or before they're polished to a greater extent than we even used to see in the past. Because I think that now, again, with social media, with what happened with a certain couple big titles, Cyberpunk being number one, the publishers and developers understand that this is no longer acceptable business practice. This is not to say that we're not going to have games that come out that still have problems.
Yeah, I mean,
but because of this day and age being the golden age, and because so many people have so many other options when it comes to games, when it comes to your big, expensive AAA titles, they're going to take more time than ever before to make sure the games come out right. That's why we saw Redfield push. That's why we saw Starfield push, as they should. So I think that's one of the big things. Also, the anti-crunch movement or anti-overtime movement, as Steele and I probably would call it, has reached a critical point, and it has done its job for all the journalists, for all the developers out there that were pushing for no crunch, for no overtime. When it comes to the big publishers like Xbox, that emphasis is now that criticism, that pushback, that really heated conversation has done its job. And I think that Xbox and other big publishers don't ever want that to come up when it comes to a discussion about what happens within their internal studios. And so I think that they have gone, and Xbox, we know for a fact because they've talked about it, has a no crunch rule. And we saw this come to fruition now with 343 and Halo Infinite. And why, a part of the reason why we don't have any, we've been slow in getting content. So I think that as we go forward, I think as gamers, we need to come to expect that even though the tools might be getting better and easier, even though Unreal Engine 5 seems to be working magic in certain instances in making devs' lives easier, I think when it comes to big projects like Fable, we can expect a dev cycle that extends that 5-year period, right? That is out there at the outer edges, 5 years, 6 years.
If it's a new IP, yeah. If it's new, like a remake, I mean, Fable's not a new IP, but they are completely remaking
from the ground up. Yeah, it's a brand new story. It's going to be a brand new game from a playground who's never done an open world RPG. They are still hiring people to work on this. They've got their car RPG down right in Horizon. They're no slouches, obviously, when it comes to open world environments. We know that. That's why we're expecting the world from Fable. But because of how important Fable is, because of what a big IP the expectations are of this Fable, because Playground has never done this type of RPG before, because they're still hiring people, I don't expect to see Fable until end of 2024, maybe even 2025. I just don't, they're not going to rush it. They're not going to push Playground. They're going to let Playground take all the time they need to make this game. And I think that's, again, I'm talking about the broader here too. You just brought up a great question in Fable. But I think this is going to be all games in general when it comes to the big AAA stuff. I think we can expect longer dev times from this point out. And I think that as gamers, we should probably adjust our mindset. And also, as we've seen now with the toxic environment that can happen in social media, as we've heard now from ACG and others that developers and publishers are going to start pulling back from being transparent online, from having their devs exposed to some of that nonsense that happens when it comes to talking about the games they're working on. I would say we should all probably get used to the idea that some of the games that we want to see updates on, we won't see updates on until they are ready to give us an update and they are excited and confident in what they're showing us. Won't get any of that kind of blowback from the community. So I definitely think that we should probably get used to it where we just don't see stuff. And that's why I think Xbox, not all the reason, but part of the reason why they went to this 12-month during the last showcase. I think that's part of the reason why. And I think that's going to be continued on. I don't think we're going to see a whole lot of future stuff. Every once in a while, we may get updates. Every once in a while, we might get a screenshot here or there, but an actual like teaser or actual gameplay, we're not going to see that stuff until it's close to launch within 12 months. I think that they're really going to pull back on a lot of that stuff in the future. So I think it is a topic that's worth talking about. And I think that gamers, again, kind of got to adjust their sights as to what to expect from a lot of these developers and publishers going forward into the future of this gen.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that too. It's one of those things to where I feel like that should have been the case already, because the one thing that hasn't changed as we move further into this digital era is us getting broke games. More times than not, on release, the game needs an update. And I mean, I guess in a lot of examples, that's really dope for the devs and everything. But in a lot of cases, I don't know. It just really depends. Depends on what that day one patch looks like. But we are finding that more and more we're getting games that just continuously need to be worked on. That's kind of my thing with single player games, because we've also run into more single player games that need 2 or 3 updates for the game to play right. Valhalla, one of the main ones. When it first came out, it didn't play the smoothest. Couple updates later, hey, the game plays fine. What the entire fuck is that shit about, right? And Valhalla wasn't a bad game overall, but it's like, okay, well, you want us to pay $60, $70 for a game, but you also want me to wait to get the full experience until 3 patches later. because the publisher, 90% of the time, because the publisher wanted to see that return on investment. They wanted to go ahead and get their money out. So it is, I do definitely agree with you. And it does kill physical. I mean, again, at the end of the day, your physical disc, as many times people try to clamor for physical, your physical disc still needs an update when you pop it into your console day one. So it's like, what value do you really have there? There would be more value if your game was complete day one, and then you gave the option to your gamers, hey, there is an additional patch that we have released. You can download that now if you have internet readily available to you, or here's the game, you could play it as is. As soon as you, like, that would be one way to fix that, for people to feel as though the physical side of things actually mean something. So the only problem with that, and this is what people continuously forget about, is that pirating games, I had somebody that wrote in about us yesterday. They felt, well, not yesterday, but a few days ago, saying that we were advocating for piracy, and I was like, I don't think we were at any point in form, shape. I don't think we ever were. I mean, definitely correct me if I'm wrong, but DRM is a big issue. But the other thing that people don't think about is that if it wasn't for that, piracy would be crazy right now. Like, the way people would be able to burn games and resell them, and people be able to play them, would be insane. You wouldn't be able to tell what's real from what's fake at the end of the day. And this is one of the ways for the companies to, and this is such a touchy subject, and it's such a wide-ranging subject too, because you want to make sure that you're supporting the devs, right? You want to make sure that you're helping the next iteration of that game to possibly be made. Pirating games doesn't help that. And if you give people easier access to play their games day one, for an example, Cyberpunk, we'll just say Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk, if you were able to play that game as is day one, without a patch or anything else like that, you can just pop it in whatever console. You can send it to Jimmy in Japan, and he can just pop it in his console and start playing it. Didn't ever have to check online or anything like that. Do you think that game would have sold as much as it did, or done as well as it did, or would we be hearing piracies at an all-time high? Now, along with all the extra drama that they got, the game not being complete and everything else. It's so difficult to kind of swing one way or the other, but there definitely is a lot more there. I agree with you on a lot of those points that you were making there.
Piracy is real, Steel.
Yeah, I mean,
never advocate for it whatsoever.
I don't think
never advocate for it, but it's a reality, and all you gotta do is go listen to PC guys. You can go pick any PC guys out here
all the time.
Look, they snitch on themselves, but they've also warned Sony, because Sony's trying to push $70 games on PC. Look, PC guys will all tell you, Sony does that, their game's going to get played. They aren't going to get paid for it.
Blatantly admitting. People are blatantly admitting that they can try $70 games on PC if they want.
Yeah.
I don't know where people are getting these games from. I know where.
There's always discounts and breaks and all that kind of stuff. But
I know where. I mean, and that's mostly a lot of time what I think they're speaking to is that specific. Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah. No. That's just the case. So again, nobody advocates for piracy, but it's a reality. And look, this is funny. We all had back in the day LimeWire. We all had stuff that we were downloading CDs and music from, and that changed the music industry. Look, it's just a reality that's available to people, and that people in certain markets, and we're specifically talking about the PC market, will use that when they feel that they need to. Some people will do it all the time because they don't care. They think it's their freedom, pirate, whatever. The pirate's life for them. That's what they're going to do. But there's other people who use it as a backup in the case when they think that a corporation, a company, is overstepping their bounds. Now, we can discuss the morality of that. We can discuss whether or not that's, you know,
Yeah, that's a whole
a
different
good thing,
conversation.
a right or wrong. That's a whole different conversation. It's just a fact that this does exist. Companies will try to battle it. They will try to put stuff in place, and people will try to get around it, or people will push back against that stuff. That's what happens. It's been an ongoing battle forever. As long as I can remember, since the internet started and people started realizing you could download information.
Yeah.
Okay. Like that's been happening. So again, companies are going to do what they do to counteract that. Again, that's why most PC devs or most game companies offer a cheaper price on PC than what you see on console. Console people are taken advantage of.
Yeah,
That's why
always been the
PC people don't have Xbox Live that they have to pay for to go online, because companies knew it would never fly on PC.
Why you think
They
monthly
knew they could
subscription?
get away with it on console. So
Hey, we already had monthly
we get screwed. Right. Exactly.
We're already playing for World of Warcraft and any other MMO and paying monthly
Right.
for these things.
Right. Exactly. In a lot of ways, that's the case too.
Yeah.
So again, it's just, again, we'll never advocate. It's just the reality of the situation is that there's other avenues that people will go to if they feel like they are being unfairly treated. And to your point, Steel, a part of that is broken games. A part of that is, hey,
Push
you're
it back.
going to release junk. I ain't going to pay for it. I'm still going to play it and try it, but I ain't paying for your junk because you gave out a broken game. And that's what's going to happen. So the more polished the games come out, even if they take longer to come out, the better it is for everybody, because then a gamer will respect the fact that the dev put out a fantastic title that was polished, that was not broken, and they will go ahead and respond. A lot of gamers, not everybody, there's a lot of full-time pirates out there, but a lot of gamers will respect that, and they will say, I will gladly pay for your game because you gave us a complete experience. You gave us a mostly unbroken experience. You respect my time. You respect my money. So I'm going to go ahead and do the same for you, and I'm going to pay for this. Again, even if I knew I could pirate it, I'm still going to pay you for it. It's a similar situation. Well, totally different, but similar.
I mean, yeah.
The fact that if I play a game on Game Pass, it's within my budget, but I got to try it on Game Pass. Even though, technically speaking, the devs still got paid by Xbox, and I'm contributing to that by my monthly subscription fee. If that game did so much for me that I want to own that game permanently, and own is in quotations nowadays in the digital age, but whatever, you guys get me, I'm going to respect you and buy your game. Or if it's a free-to-play game, I'm going to respect you, and I'm going to give you some microtransaction money because I'm enjoying your game so much. Right? That's how that relationship's supposed to work. And so I think that there is something to be said going down this road into the future, Steel, that we reached a point where it seemed like patching a game became a crutch for developers, where they knew they could just drop the game. And again, it's never going to go away. There will be developers that do this still. But the fact is, we reached a point in the industry where it became like the norm. Like, hey, well, we still need to get this game out. Yeah, we know it's broken in some areas, but we'll fix it. We'll get a patch out in the next 30 days. We'll fix it over the next year, and everybody will be happy about it, right? That's now gotten to the point where a lot of people, a lot of gamers are saying, customers are saying, that's not acceptable anymore. Stop dropping this broken garbage on us.
Yeah.
Have your game right. Like, we expect certain little things, especially like open world games and free to play games that are gigantic. Like, you're going to have issues that you can't account for, right? We all understand this game. We're all pretty intelligent.
Say that.
Most of us, when it comes to this. Yeah. But at the same time, like a game that, again, we've reached a point where the customers have finally said, no, enough's enough. You guys are doing this way too much. It's gotten way over the top. Like
every game.
Yeah, right. It's not acceptable, like, at all. So, and I think that's where you're going to see the pullback, where the publishers and developers have now heard that and kind of seen that, where a broken game now, because we have so many options to play, is dead on arrival. Like, no, especially if you're going to try to jump into, a BR or some kind of arena where there's a million of them. No, you can't do that anymore. You don't have that luxury to assume that we as customers are just going to keep coming back to your game. Dead on arrival. You relaunch that game, it's broken, forget it. People are going to move on and forget you. We're not coming back. We got more things to play. So I think that's the difference now, Steel. So great points on your part too.
Yeah, 100%. Well, Pong, I mean, that was it for the list that I had on my end. I know there was that Annapurna thing also. I didn't get a chance to watch that. I did hear that there was a bunch of games from that showcase that were actually coming to Game Pass also. So if you wanted to talk about that a little bit, you're more than happy to do that. All right, and we can end it here. We can go right into this day in gaming. It depends. It's up to you, man. What you got?
Well, I think we need to discuss Grand Theft Auto 6, the biggest game in history.
Oh yeah, I mean,
we get news this week.
True. Grand Theft Auto. Sorry, I didn't write.
Yeah, we did. I mean, yeah. I'll summarize the Annapurna. Annapurna showcase kind of. A lot of people forgot it was happening, right? And Xbox again, they're great partners with Annapurna. Annapurna is bringing a lot of games to Game Pass. They've made some deals. But it seemed like and this goes back to our previous conversation, that the Xbox marketing team was on vacation again. Didn't tweet out anything. I think yesterday we finally did get a couple of tweets about Annapurna, about Grounded finally getting a full release date. But it seemed like they were on vacation because it would have been a great time to promote one of your partners, because during the Annapurna showcase, there was games coming out within the next, by the end of this year. A couple of them were for winter of this year, and then a couple for early 2023 that are not only coming to Xbox, but coming into Game Pass. So we're getting stuff like Solar Ash, which was a PlayStation exclusive. Great looking game. I cannot wait to get my hands on it. That is coming to Game Pass winter of this year. Pathless, another game that was a Sony exclusive, right? Coming over to Xbox after being exclusive and coming to Switch. Looking fantastic. Again, a game that I was interested in. That's coming out this year as well. Then we got a couple games for next year. We got Bounty Star Steel. Bounty Star, set in the Wild Wild West, except you have mechs. Bro, mechs. It looks so cool. And there's a bigger, longer title with that. I'm shortening it to Bounty Star. That's the main title, but there's this whole other title with it. It's crazy. But Bounty Star, that is coming next year. 2023 to Xbox and to Game Pass. So yeah. And then I talked about the Lost Wild. Again, that's only Steam right now. Assume it's coming to consoles at some point, but the Lost Wild, the dinosaur game, looks absolutely ridiculously good. So I suggest that anybody go watch the Annapurna showcase. What was the what was the other one that I forgot? That, again, not my game at all, but that doesn't matter. The fact is that Xbox is just continuing their diversifying. Hold on here. Let me bring it up real quick. So I get the accurate stuff here. Thirsty Suitors, Steel, that that weird RPG that we saw last year. That's about battling your exes and your ex lovers, and they say upsetting your parents and trying to figure out your life. It's some crazy RPG that they're coming out with. Thirsty Suitors was also announced for Game Pass day and date as well. I know there'll be some people that game is for. So again, another game jumping in there. Bounty Star, I talked about. What else got? The Katamari Damacy. God, I always say it wrong. Katamari. Let's just go with Katamari. Everybody knows the ball where you roll around the ball and you collect things and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. The developer of that game, the creator, is teasing a new game during the showcase as well. So that's kind of exciting because obviously a lot of people like Katamari. What else we got? I already talked about Outer Wilds. Outer Wilds, great game. I started it, again, grazed it. Never really played it. It is getting a free Series and PlayStation 5 upgrade, which is very awesome. That's coming on September 15th. So that was big news. A lot of people love that. What Remains Edith Finch, which some people consider one of the greatest narrative-driven games of all time. I saw Twitter explode when this news came out, is also now available with Xbox Series and PlayStation 5 upgrades, and that's a free upgrade as well. So a lot of people were just incredibly excited about that. And then again, I already talked about Solar Ash, and there was a couple other games in there as well that they announced. But yeah, Annapurna showcase was awesome. Annapurna is one of the best indie publishers out there. They always come with some very unique games that we've never seen the likes of before. So again, if you guys want to go watch that, go back and watch those gameplay reveals in 4K, definitely worthwhile. So that was cool, Steel. But we did get the Grand Theft Auto 6 news. And not only the Grand Theft Auto 6 news this week, Steel, but we got some inside information, of course, from everybody's favorite journalist, Jason Schreier. Of course, he could not just tell us what he knew about the game, but he had to go into what's happened with Rockstar, that they have done a ton of internal changes, that they are no longer the good old boys club. These changes started back in 2018, and that they've changed their culture there completely. They have also removed themselves from a culture of crunch, that they now have gone to a no crunch type situation, just like Xbox. Hence why it's taking longer for Grand Theft Auto 6 to come out. That's kind of why I was talking about this previously. But no, overall, they've changed the mindset, and that the developers now internally are extremely happy with the company, and they really like working at Rockstar again. So obviously Jason Schreier talked about that, and then that led into some actual Grand Theft Auto 6 news. One of the big ones was that the main protagonist was announced, or not announced because it wasn't official, but has been found out to be a female protagonist, right. Yeah. A Latina female protagonist, right? Which would be a first for a Grand Theft Auto game, mainline Grand Theft Auto game. And then it came out a little bit after that this is actually going to be like a Bonnie and Clyde story. So she's going to have a male companion protagonist as well.
It's going to be dope.
Yeah, okay. It's going to be dope. Again, Bonnie and Clyde, hell, fits right in. It's right in. And then shout out to... Yeah, exactly. Shout out to Nibel, who kind of put all this information together again. Nibel on Twitter, awesome person who puts out a lot of good stuff. Yeah, Nibel's great. Working title is Project Americas. Main location for Grand Theft Auto 6 is a fictional version of Miami. Awesome. Going back to Vice City, brother. Going back. My favorite Grand Theft Auto, modern day Miami, right? And its surrounding areas. The game is going to evolve over time. So again, another way to say that, we all know this. I don't know why they can't just come out and say it. Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be a games as a service, folks, which again, anybody who knows anything, it's going to be. They're going to add new cities over time, which is awesome. That's great. More Grand Theft Auto. Awesome stuff. Game world is already large. More interior locations than previous GTA games, which is something that we've all been asking for. Let us go into more places within this freaking amazing world, right?
Right.
So that was pretty awesome. Pong Steel. Since I'm kind of leading this topic here, sorry, brother.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good.
Take it a run.
Perfect.
Now, after all this came out, obviously there was a lot of people excited just to get any news about Grand Theft Auto 6, because obviously this is going to be the biggest video game launch in history. Unless they absolutely fumble the ball and the showing is somehow terrible.
It's not going to matter. It's not going to matter.
This will be the biggest game. I'm not going out on a limb here by saying this. This will be the biggest video game launch in history. Getting all this information. Then we started getting some articles, Steel. And I don't click on Kotaku articles anymore. I don't give them my clicks at all. They were one of the ones.
I saw.
But there was a couple others that ran out there that said that because of the culture change, Steel, that this Grand Theft Auto is probably going to be toned down, more PC than previous Grand Theft Autos. Now, there's some evidence that there's a chance that this happens. They did quietly during some of the updates to Grand Theft Auto 5. I think it was when they did the current gen patch. They did remove some of the jokes that had been considered transphobic from there. So a lot of people ran with this. Again, we don't have official statements from Rockstar. We haven't seen anything from Grand Theft Auto 6 in the story, so we have no idea. This is all hearsay at this point. But there is some evidence that maybe Rockstar is going to tone down some of the offensiveness that Grand Theft Auto games are well known for. That is, in my opinion, a part of the bedrock of the series. The series Grand Theft Auto is complete satire on culture, and not just one side, but all sides. Grand Theft Auto is like the comedian of the video game world, the South Park of the video game world. Nobody was off limits. If you got offended, too bad. We're offending everybody. Right? We're making statements about everything and everybody that's happening in pop culture. And I'll let you go, Steel, with your thoughts on this. But for me, this is a big wait and see moment. Now, again, I'm not the biggest Grand Theft Auto guy anymore. I used to be back in the day. 5, I didn't get in the story. 5 just did nothing for me, and I don't care about the online. Yeah, no. I tried 5 multiple times, nothing. 4 was the last one that I got into, and
Understandably so.
Even in that one, even I wasn't fully invested like previous Grand Theft Autos.
Yeah, it's not Vice City.
Yeah, no, but or even San Andreas. I love San Andreas.
No, it's nowhere close to San Andreas. San Andreas.
Well, Vice City is my favorite. San Andreas is a close second, right? So San Andreas is right there. 3 is right there as well, obviously, those being the main players. But anyways, that doesn't matter. I was looking forward to this, and I am looking forward to Grand Theft Auto 6 to see if this is one that they bring back that I can get wrapped up into again. And the Bonnie and Clyde thing, again, appeals to me. And anybody here, even if it wasn't Bonnie and Clyde, I know there was some really big clowns out there. Again, I've got myself well muted now on Twitter. So I honestly didn't see the female take that a lot of people are claiming was out there. Now now that I've done some digging, I did see some comments underneath like the IGN article and stuff where the biggest clowns in the world coming out talking about how they don't want to play as a female, blah, blah, blah. Whatever.
Nobody cares what you...
Look. Everybody here knows that I play a female character in video games any chance I get. That's my style. I like playing with the female characters, okay? But the whole Bonnie, so even if it wasn't a Bonnie and Clyde situation, that still wouldn't matter to me. I don't care what the protagonist looks like. If the character's well written and the story is well done, I could care less if the main protagonist is a tiny dust bunny that I'm rolling around with, right? With eyes. I could care less. It doesn't matter to me. So none of that matters to me. But what I will say is a big wait and see here is if this culture change within Rockstar does affect Grand Theft Auto, if they lose, again, what I feel, and you can have your own opinion on this, what I feel is one of the biggest factors of what made Grand Theft Auto great, which was their satire across the entire spectrum of society, was their offending everybody. If they do dial that back, if they choose sides here and pick and choose who they're going to offend because of cultural pushback, to me, that would be the same as South Park no longer being offensive. It would take away from what makes Grand Theft Auto Grand Theft Auto. And the fact that we're talking about jokes and things being censored at the same time in a game that you can go rob, murder people, hire hookers, shoot them, get your money back. Like, that's ridiculous to me. Like, there's so many other things that you want to come down on. And again, I'm not one of those people because, again, I'm all about violence in video games. Whatever. It don't matter to me. It's a video game. Who cares? But if there are all the things to be offensive about, if it's going to come down to jokes and about satire, about certain protected classes in society now because we don't want to offend people, then I think you're removing, I think it's a mistake on Rockstar's part. Again, not that this game would bomb. It's still going to be the biggest selling game of all time. But for me personally, it would take away some of what makes Grand Theft Auto, and it would just become, hey, another open world game that I may or may not enjoy, but it would never have that special feeling to it with that edginess that Rockstar originally created and brought to Grand Theft Auto that made Grand Theft Auto what it is today. So for me, it would be losing something of themselves if they choose to do this. Now, again, it's a big wait and see. I have no idea. I'm going to wait and see. I'm going to wait and see what the reactions are when people start getting their hands on it, when they start showing it off. We'll be able to tell. But I think the perfect example is Saints Row. And I know some people are really excited for Saints Row, and I'm happy for all of you.
Got the same.
But this current Saints Row has lost everything of what made Saints Row Saints Row. And the argument, I can hear the argument that they had already started losing their way by going crazy with the aliens and all that kind of nonsense. All I'm saying is Saints Row to me has no appeal now because it's totally different from what it used to be. And that's okay. Again, not everything has to be for me at all. Again, I'm one of those people. Things move on. I move on. Whatever. No big loss to me. I think for Grand Theft Auto, man, it would be a huge loss. Steel, what do you think about all this? What are you liking about what you're hearing about the new Grand Theft Auto? And do you have some concerns, or are you more on the side of, hey, they got to make the changes? There's just things that aren't appropriate these days. No matter what satire is, that we gotta, it's 2022 and we've got to self-censor in some areas. What do you think, Steele?
Salute, a huge package. I'm gonna use some of the things that Kaylin's saying, but I do want to start off with, because the offensive shit, of course, I do 100% agree with you. That is exactly part of the reason why GTA is. It's part of the reason why, like you also mentioned, why you're not necessarily 100% happy with Saints Row, because Saints Row took it that step further, right? Made even more fun of itself, did even crazier thing. That's neither here or there. I do also agree that there are some things to consider, like censorship about, especially when, like you mentioned also, when you don't care about killing people, shooting hookers, robbing them, whatever else the case might be, doing the most explicit shit ever, but nudity is a problem. So normal anatomy is a problem. Things that you are taught in school is a problem just because some titties are on screen. But killing people that's fine. That's an American thing. That's a very American thing. I've talked to my German family about this on some aspects, and this was time ago. I also talked to my mom about it, and that was one of the number one things that she just doesn't understand why killing gay people is okay, but having people understand nudity or nudity being such a big thing isn't. Like, that's natural though. So I don't get that. Why censor all these things when this is okay? There is something to be said, though, as far as, no, we don't live in the same era that we used to. So in some aspects, it is very unfortunate that we can't joke the way that we used to. The way that I used to joke with people in high school, I can't do that now. If I joked with people, people would be definitely in depression. People would be definitely threatening to kill themselves. Because, that's just how we used to clown on each other all the time. And as long as you didn't make it like too personal to me, because there's a difference, right? There's one side where you're telling jokes and it's creative and it's well thought out and there is a finesse to it. I think that's the other thing that people forget about those comedians back in the day, Def Jam comedy, whatever the case may be, is that there was still a creative talent there. The delivery, the way that they said it, that also played into it, which sometimes it's not always about the specific content, but it's about the way that the content is delivered. And in this aspect, I do think that this is an opportunity for Rockstar to stand out and say, hey, we don't have to rely on, as some people would see it, punching down on people or using certain things. We can be creative. We can get the point across regardless, no matter what. And it's kind of like what Dave Chappelle has done in modern comedy, right? Well, and even Dave Chappelle currently, I wouldn't necessarily consider him a comedian anymore to be. I think he's still a comedian, but a lot of people wouldn't consider that comedy as far as they would consider it more so like he's being realistic now. Like he's just telling his opinion now.
Well, it's social commentary.
Yeah.
He's a social commentary, but he throws the funny aspect on top of it and he presents it in a way
because he's Dave Chappelle. It's Dave.
Right.
He's still, to me, he's still fucking funny. He's way funnier than Kevin Hart is to me. Not to take anything away from Kevin Hart, he's built up a great legacy for himself, but Kevin Hart has no standing, like, among the comedians that I like come to mind with, like Richard Pryor, Bernie Mac, Eddie Murphy, Chris Rock, Martin Lawrence. Kevin Hart isn't any of those things. Now, he's become more of a global phenomenon, sure, but he's not funny to me. He's funny in his family situations because I have a family. I can relate to dad thing, right? That's funny. People like Dave Chappelle are just fucking funny because of delivery, because they understand the art of what comedy is, right? And I think that's what I really want to see out of Rockstar that has been very lacking, where you don't get that funny without them pointing it a certain direction. And it doesn't really speak to their creativity because it's like, okay, well, you have to rely on these things happening. You have to, I guess the same thing could be said about South Park in some ways. Because I don't think South Park's funny. I think there has been some episodes that are funny and are creative, but I never liked South Park. I never got why people like South Park. I liked the games back in the day. And again, I get the jokes and everything else. The jokes and shit never bothered me. I don't care less about that. A lot of that shit was funny. I mean, and I got the points. The same thing The Simpsons does, same thing Family Guy does, same thing American Dad does. They all are taking the world and turning it on its head and making some fun out of it, because that's the point of it. But then when you have other underlying things behind that, I think that makes it really complicated. So it just depends. I don't think South Park's been the most creative. Again, I mean, just using that as an example, haven't always been the most creative. I think a lot of their jokes come off corny. And I think GTA is the same thing. A lot of their shit just comes off corny. Like GTA 5, I know you were saying that you didn't like it. I did play the story to completion. That's actually the first GTA story outside of San Andreas that I really remember playing, story-wise. And it meant something. I'm not saying that GTA 5 doesn't hold a candle to Vice City, San Andreas, or GTA 4, story-wise, to me. It doesn't. It's still a decent story, but it wasn't enough. And they, like, especially with Trevor, they tried to rely on too many things that were like, yes, quote unquote funny, but this didn't hit the mark for me. It was kind of one of those, I don't know if I get this. I don't really like this part of it. GTA has always been more of a, hey, until recently, especially with the online, because I did play GTA Online very heavily in the beginning. It was really dope having that. Taking GTA instead of being just all about being, because let's be honest, GTA was really all about the chaos. Putting in the G codes, spawning in a jet in the middle of the map, causing as much chaos as you can, running away from 5-star police and tanks and everybody else chasing you. That's what made GTA fun, at least back in the day for me. GTA Online was able to take that a little step further because they added game modes like Team Deathmatch, Domination. There was other things that you could do to create a different experience. Now people live their lives through GTA. People are getting paid. People are being paid to be real NPCs. That's the point we're at with GTA now. And I can't blame them for more than likely going to incorporate that as part of GTA 6 also. If not making it, again, you're opening up more places. That's just, you're telling me that you're giving people another space to live in. And that's what's going to matter than anything else. GTAs aren't remembered for their stories. Again, we talk about the few, maybe.
But that's the point, Steel. They originally were.
And see,
right?
And I think that's what they're trying to get back to with saying, hey, maybe we're not really going to focus on these things as much, but they have a lot to prove because of the good favorite GTA. Because GTA, let's be honest, GTA has been able to do it well and within a certain amount of taste for this long, right? Like, again, there's GTA has how many copies sell? GTA 5? I think y'all said it was like
150 million.
What the fuck? Like, are you fucking serious? The game's been out for 3 console generations. Like, you'd be stupid not to think that this game isn't going to sell crazy day one. People invest in GTA regardless. And it just isn't one of those games, whether the story is good or not. That's not why people play GTA most of the time. Now, at least not today, which has become blatantly obvious. So I do think them going the avenue of more of a Bonnie and Clyde story, something that's a little bit more focused, maybe a couple characters. I want GTA to give me characters that I really give a fuck about, that I can really build up with. Like GTA has the opportunity to be deep like Mass Effect, but in reality. You know what I'm saying? Like if they were able to really refine their story choices down, make it seem like you have more of an impact on your story, and then you go online or whatever the case. Like they have an avenue here to really like, not necessarily take your GTA character, but where you can have a character creator, you have a Bonnie and Clyde story, whatever the case, you make it your own thing, your own adventure, and then you take that character onto the online component. So you have something that kind of carries with you, that experience carries with you. When you're playing online, you're remembering that bank heist that you did. You're remembering when you got with your Bonnie or Clyde, whoever that may be. Maybe that could be a different player. What if Pong drops in there? He's the Bonnie or whatever the case now, and he can build up his own character. He replaces the Bonnie that they put in the game. I think that would be Bonnie. I think that would be a dope way to do it. There's a lot of things that they could possibly make happen that with the removal, because they don't have the same people who were telling those stories before, right? I can't ever remember their names offhand, but the original people who were
Hauser's the main one. Dan Hauser. He's the main one. And Mav, shout out to Mav. He brought this up on PM and the PM on Thursday too. And it's a valid point. Maybe this is more of a signal, not that they necessarily want to move away from some of the stuff, but that they simply don't have the creative minds to do it anymore. Because once Hauser left, and a lot of other talent left out of Rockstar, maybe a lot of the minds that were behind the quality of that satire,
right,
are no longer there. And they simply don't have the people that can do it.
And it does take a certain talent. Again,
yes,
like I use the Kevin Hart reference.
Does.
Kevin Hart isn't Richard Pryor. And they are in 2 different generations. What Richard Pryor said back in the day would not work today. He did not give a fuck. A lot of what he said.
It could.
He would have also adjusted it too, though. That's the other thing.
And that's my problem. That's my problem. Again, this is old guy talking. So again, it is what it is. Things change, better for worse. I get that.
I get what you're saying.
My problem being is maybe I am looking at this from a selfish point of view, but to me, comedy and satire is the canary in the coal mine. And once you start censoring it, whether it's self-censorship or forced censorship, again, you were talking Chappelle. Chappelle just came to Minnesota. And the Avenue, First Avenue, which is Prince's old home where he started. First Avenue's famous across the entire country. Everybody knows First Ave. Had booked him due to pressure from certain groups. Night of, they canceled his performance and moved it. To me, that's wrong. To me, that's a sign that we are failing as a society, that you are going to just start doing it. And it's been going on for a lot longer. Right? It's been going on for the past 6, 7, 8 years, really. The fact that happened, it tells me that there's more wrong with society. Because again, when you start censoring comedy or satire, and you're making fun of everybody, and you can't laugh at yourselves anymore, no matter who you are, and that's a problem to me. And again, that's what scares me the most. So maybe some of this, again, is coming from that standpoint, a bigger viewpoint than just Grand Theft Auto, that I hate to see a company like Rockstar, who created their entire company from Max Payne on, was always about that edginess, was always about pushing those boundaries, right? And I don't want to see people leave the space that I love, that do push the boundaries, that do push that edginess, because then everybody just becomes the same. But maybe somebody will step up. Maybe there'll be a new company that steps up that does something like that takes its place. That's always a possibility. But I think that's part of me. Again, I don't put myself on anybody as far as feelings go or thoughts. So I'll take it. It's me that maybe is a little selfish here, that just doesn't want to see a company like Rockstar, because I've seen too many others go down this avenue and me dull the sharpness that they once had. I just don't want to see that happen.
But if they don't have any talent to replace that sharpness, and that talent tries to do the same thing and it ends up causing a negative effect, then, because I mean, anybody can tell a joke, but it's about the delivery, right? It doesn't matter what you say. How do you deliver it? Like we do in customer service all the time, right? It doesn't. I can tell you to fuck yourself kindly. You'll never know the difference, right? It is literally all about delivery, and if that talent isn't there, then Caitlin says, if it's fun, it's fun. It will be fun regardless. If I pass a group of NPCs and they throw out a hate word, just saying. And again, I do agree with you, but there is, and I do agree with Pong. It's like taking Blade and making it PG-13. It's like taking anything. What's another good example? Max Payne, and you taking out his drug addiction. He was fucking addicted to painkillers, man. The man was hallucinating shit. Like, he was fucking seeing demons and shit. Like, his man was borderline Constantine all the fucking sudden. Like, dark. And it was really dark. Like, that's what, and again, Punisher. Caitlin, I was just going to type to you in the chat, and I would totally respect your perspective. And for some people, it is that way, like yourself. That's completely. But when I'm experiencing something like Grand Theft Auto, you can take individual little moments like that and say, yeah, taking that out doesn't change a thing. For me, my perspective is the overall product, right? The overall story that's being told. When it's completely removed out of that overall story, whether it's NPC or whether it's one of the main characters getting into a situation, whatever the case may be, when you take it out as a whole picture, it alters what that game is. Yes, boiling it down at the end of the day, fun is always going to be a key factor of games, but there are games that bring more to the table, and Grand Theft Auto was one of those games. I didn't play Grand Theft Auto just to roll around and have fun all the time. I played Grand Theft Auto for the stories. To Steele's point, sometimes those stories, like I said, 5 didn't hit for me. Sometimes the story now in 2022 isn't as important because GTA Online is so big, because you create your own stories now in so many different ways, because there's all of that aspect to it. But for me, that was a part, because Grand Theft Auto was a satire on current day society. And to me, that was the fun part. So I was immersed in the world, knowing that they were making fun of everything that was currently happening in society, or a lot of things that were currently happening in society were made fun of. And you could laugh at all of it, whether it was directed at you, whether it was directed at somebody else, you could laugh at all of it, and you knew what they were trying to say, how ridiculous our world actually is. And that's what they were making fun of. And so for me, that loses that aspect of the story when you take it all out. Again, individual certain points, absolutely 100%. I would agree with you. Just because an NPC doesn't say something, not going to change how I play the game, not going to change my enjoyment at that moment. But it just gave me that immersion within the entire world of what it was about. So again, just two different perspectives. I respect everybody's opinions, obviously. I'm that dude. Again, if we can have open discussion about it, we can have open discussion about it. I just feel that it loses some of what made Grand Theft Auto great in the first place. That's all. And again, if it does, it does. Like I said, I'm in a wait and see mode. I'm not judging it. We haven't seen anything official. We know nothing. It could come out and be just as raunchy as all the other Grand Theft Autos in every way. Maybe. And I'll sit back and go, I guess that was all wrong. I guess they haven't lost their head, right? They have a prime opportunity. Again, with people, it is an amazing thing to hear that the people within the studio are feeling good. Or do feel like things are going on the right direction. Why? Because this is another issue that people don't talk about, is that these devs have a cycle, a life cycle within the industry of no more than 5 years. And again, like I always make the point, how would you like to go to your job and know that you are only going to be there for 5 years no matter what you did? It could be for burnout, it could be whatever the case. 5 years, it's something that you actually like doing. 5 years, burnout, because of company BS. I think it's definitely a move in the right direction. Again, we'll see. To me, this is a perfect opportunity for Rockstar to really prove to the people why they get the hype that they get, why people love Rockstar. Can they really and truly put out a full game, excellent story, filled with satire, able to put out good jokes, able to make fun of society and the game itself, and also give you something that you can live in? I don't know.
And Blue Moon makes a great point as well. He said these games take so long to make, it's getting more difficult to grasp that zeitgeist.
That's true.
He's absolutely correct. What was prevalent nowadays in our world, what was prevalent 6 years ago when you started making this game, the same as what it is now. Sure, there's some overall things that stay the same, but you're right. From a moment to moment aspect, because it takes so long to create these games, it is different. It can move past the point of what you started writing back then no longer makes any sense now. That's how quick our world is changing and moving at all times these days. And so Blue Moon makes a fantastic point. A lot of that can be lost just due to the length time that it makes them to make the games itself.
That is another factor. But that's why I say that's what it comes back down to. If you're a good artist, if you're a good artist, you're going to create good work. If you're a good comedian, you're going to do good work. It's just going to be up to who is going to be overall telling the story, who's going to be putting it all together, and are they actually good at their craft? Because if they're not, it's going to blatantly.
Shout out to Splendiferous for dropping the code, and Tony Grasso grabbed it. Man, Splend, shout out to you, brother. Thank you for doing that for the chat. Appreciate you. And congratulations, Tony.
Tony, congrats, man. Congrats. That was a beautiful thing, Splend. You didn't have to do it, but Splend did it. He said he's excited to be here today with Living Splitscreen, where we go live every Saturday, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, and 3 p.m. UK time. Damn, man, I think we really kind of breezed through that list today. I was kind of set afoot because I've had a rough week, but we were able to bring it together, man. It's a beautiful thing. It was an amazing thing to see. I do think that this is going to be the perfect opportunity to get into our This Day in Gaming segment, otherwise known as the Make Pong Feel Old segment, that he is now trying to include.
It's make us feel old now, Steel, because you're 30 now.
No. Sorry, I'm in my prime. We're working at
what?
In my prime.
You're prepping for retirement here shortly.
I'm in my prime. I'm rolling.
Yeah, you stick with that. You stick with that.
I'm rolling. I'm telling you, I'm gonna do hot yoga and everything.
That's what an old man would say right there.
Oh, is that what he would say?
I'm in my prime. Yeah, I'm in my prime.
Oh, I'm in my prime. Hey, that's fine.
Yep,
that's fine. I'm gonna be getting more butt than ever before.
Oh, good God! Does the wife know about that?
Oh yeah, it's gonna be hers.
Good catch.
Oh,
good save.
But yeah, gonna get into our This Day in Gaming segment where we go over the last 30 years of gaming. Again, gaming as art should be treated as such, and just seeing where we came from to where we are today is always a beautiful thing. Awful Grim Bones said everything froze. Dragonheart Yobi, yeah, my B-Day was actually 2 days ago, man. It was on Thursday. Yes, that was my birthday, my guy. And I don't ever expect anything, but I definitely appreciate it. Yes, it was. With that said, let's get into this. Do it. This Day in Gaming, we're starting on 1986, and this is July 30th of 2022. This is July 30th in gaming. So in 1986, they had the NES drop Solomon's Key. Okay. I'm familiar with that one. 1993, Super Nintendo dropped, we talked about a little bit about the Super NES earlier, Aero Fighters in Japan. I'm not completely familiar with that one either. But 1998, PlayStation released quite a few titles, starting off with Bakusho Kayudai, Let's Him Go, Eternal Wings in Japan. Interesting. Then you have PlayStation release Rival Schools in Japan. All right. Then PlayStation also released this one I am more familiar with, Star Ocean, the second story. Shout out to Star Ocean.
One of the best games out there. Looking forward to the new Star Ocean 2, even though it's, again, not up to par with current day stuff. It definitely, Star Ocean has a special place in my heart, and I'm looking forward to that one. And Rival Schools was a great fighting game, by the way.
Okay.
Rival Schools was awesome.
I was about to say, that sounded a little bit more familiar, but I could put my finger point on it. Star Ocean, definitely, though.
Star Ocean, yeah, for sure.
PlayStation also dropped Vanguard Bandits in 1990. Then in 2001, PC released Mega Man X5 or 15, depending on how you want to look at that. Mega Man is one of those, it's one of those series that I feel like, or IPs, I should say, that has a huge opportunity to make a foothold somewhere. I can see an open world Mega Man game being made where you got different Buster Arms that you could use. And there's so many things that they could do with that game if they really wanted to take advantage of. I think could work. I don't know. Mega Man's, I think, is slept on. Then 2003, PlayStation 2 released Alien vs. Predator Extinction. I think that was actually a pretty decent game. I can remember.
That should come back. That should come back. That was the RTS one, wasn't it?
I do believe so. Let me see.
Was that the top-down kind of RTS?
Yes.
Yeah. Bring that back. Oh, give me more Aliens versus Predator. Start doing them again. God damn. Such a franchise they could use. God, it's perfect for video game steel. It's hard. It's hard to get Aliens right. It's hard to get Predator right. But in this day and age, I have faith, man. God, that'd be so great.
It can happen. Then in 2009, the PSP released Armored Core 3 Portable in Japan. Shout out to Armored Core. Probably going to be coming back here soon. Shout out to FromSoft. PC released Bookworm Adventures Volume 2. Then PlayStation 3 released, I know everybody's favorite game, Fat Princess.
Awesome game. Fun game.
I haven't played it
a lot
personally.
You haven't? Oh God, it's hilarious. It's a fun game. It's a good little arcade game.
Interesting. Then in 2009, the PSP also released Shinseki Evangelion Battle Orchestra Portable.
Yes.
That sounds so epic.
It's SE Bop.
Oh, SE Bop, that's what it's called?
yeah, that's how I would say it.
For whichever reason, I could believe that. A lot of people calling it
Evangelion, I know, of course, from the anime. So Evangelion, I can certainly, but the rest of it, I would have just said SE Bop. That's what it was.
I'm here to tell you the real title, Paul. Then in 2012, PC released Orcs Must Die 2. Not the Orcs
games.
Must Die.
Yeah, they're fun games. They've been around for a while. A lot of people love the latest one too.
Yeah,
I almost pulled the trigger on it. Yeah.
Then in 2015, 3DS released Animal Crossing Happy Home Designer in Japan.
Ooh, that sounds like a Caitlyn one.
You get Animal Crossing, and then you turn around and 3DS releases Corpse Party in Japan.
Of course.
Range. You got to have the range.
You do. Diversity.
Then PlayStation 4 released Mystery Chronicle One-Way Heroics. Then we go on to the Xbox One releasing Yu-Gi-Oh! Legacy of the Duelist. I think I played that for a little bit, but probably not. Then in 2018, PC released Chasm. Remember that. And then PC also released Mulana 2. La Mulana 2. Then in 2019, PC released A Short Hike.
Okay.
PlayStation 4 released Madden NFL 20. That came out on probably on everything. All right. Then in 2020, Nintendo Switch released, Nintendo Switch and PlayStation 4 released Fairy Tail in Japan. Shout out to Fairy Tail.
Was that based on the anime?
I do believe so. Yes.
Yeah. I like Fairy Tail the anime actually.
Yeah, Fairy Tail was really good. Shout out to Urza on one of the greatest waifus. Right. PlayStation 4. I got my selection. You know,
you got your waifus.
I don't mind it. I don't mind a little jiggle physics here and there. I know that's not why I played those games, but I don't mind.
Of course not.
Tifa. Tifa is nice in Final Fantasy especially with the Taki outfit on. You know, I don't mind it. That's not why I play the game, but I don't mind it.
You give me a hard time for beach volleyball.
I'm gonna give you a hard time. That's why you played the game, man. It's all right, I understand.
It's a great game, mechanics wise. Top notch, Steel. One of the best volleyball games ever put out.
Volleyball mechanics,
hands down.
It was fun. Not why I played the game, but it was. I typically like my women more fully clothed, personally. I don't mind the jiggle physics, but I like them clothed.
Prude.
Well, it is what it is. I feel
you're
like
just talking about nudity and how different it was, and now you're just going ahead and
It is.
You're.
It is. I mean, personally, I feel like you can get sexiness across without being naked. Like, to me personally, you can get sexy across without being naked.
Of course you can.
Especially when it comes to fictional characters. That's just me. I don't feel like they have to be naked. Yeah, I'm just saying. Or insinuating it. I don't know. But you don't have to take away like Miranda's butt and Mass Effect.
You're still going? Are you still going? All right, you're still going.
Just saying. I love it.
You're rambling like a 30-year-old right now.
Oh, is that what it is? Oh, God. You turned 30. Shout out to Dragonheart Yobi TV. Where? You turned 21, fam. Stop lying. Left you a legendary tweet, man. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate it. And anything that you do, Yobi, downplay yourself. You are legendary. Hey, there you go. See, Yobi's agreeing with me. Women can be sexy clothed. I'm just saying.
Of course. Plenty. Yes, absolutely. 100%. You're still on this topic, Steel.
Hey, I'm just saying, Dragonheart, he's helping me carry it on. PlayStation 4 went on to release in 2020 Hellpoint. Shout out to Hellpoint.
Very interesting game. Played the demo. Very, very interesting.
And then PlayStation 4 also released Mobile Suit Gundam Extreme versus Maxi Boost on. I didn't play these games. Again, I'm more a fan. I like the Gundam Breaker style more. It's more of a Musu kind of a style, honestly, where you're really able to build out your own mechs to however your liking is. They take advantage of it. It's more of that Armor Core style too. They kind of go hand in hand with each other. So, I mean, though the arcade kind of let's take these classic Gundams and pit them against these Gundams is cool. That's not why I like to play. I like the idea. But with that being said, that was your This Day in Gaming segment. This was episode 66 of the Living Splitscreen Morning Show. And again, ladies and gentlemen, if you are still here, whether you're on the audio side or whether you're listening live, I greatly appreciate you all for being here today. Another amazing episode, another energy boost for me for sure. I've definitely had a rough week this week, but this has definitely been the highlight of the week. So that's always a beautiful thing. But with that being said, I guess I'll start with the outros today. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please leave us a like, leave us some comments, leave us some reviews if you can. It just helps out with the algorithms and everything. It's always much appreciated. We are on that road to 1,000 again, the day where I may be able to play Callisto Protocols Day 1 live on stream for you guys. If we're able to get it to 1K, I will guaranteed do that. Because other than that, if we don't get to 1K, I'm not playing it live. I'll play it behind the scenes. You guys will just get some gameplay of it. But yeah, so definitely looking forward to see that. But with that being said, you guys can find me, Steel Rain I. Steel Rain I. The T is a 7. Type it into your search bar. You will guaranteed find me. Google, Twitter, Xbox, PC, PlayStation, whatever it may be, even though I don't currently have a PlayStation, until they give me a reason to invest, like dropping factions would start. You can catch me everywhere.
Always got to
Definitely look
mention
out.
factions.
I got
Here
you,
we go.
I got you.
You
I
got
got you.
to.
But definitely be on the lookout for me. Hit me up in the DMs. If you'd like, chop it up. I'm always available. If you see me on Xbox, man, you see me online, see me playing a game, send me a message through. I'm good about it, sending messages back. I'm not going to ignore you. If I'm busy playing a game and I don't have time, I'll let you know, man. I like being real with people and being honest. I felt like we had an amazing conversation today, Pong. I felt like it went a lot of different directions today, but we reeled it back in and kept it on point, and everybody was having a good time. Like Tony Grasso says, 22 watching and only 54 likes. Let's get those likes up, man. Yeah, again, I would definitely like to see as many likes as we get views on a week-to-week basis. It's a beautiful thing. I know a lot of people don't get that. Maybe we could be the start, right?
Do it.
And Tim the Sorcerer says, you guys rule and VR steal. What is VR steal? Virtual reality steal? What?
Yeah.
Callisto Protocol VR? What are we doing? Huh? I'm confused.
Yeah, probably do Callisto Protocol VR.
Yeah, that would be funny. Yeah,
You want to see Steel die?
Yeah,
of a heart attack.
Literally,
He's 30 now.
His heart
will give out.
I will turn the console off. I'm just letting you know. I'll turn the system off. I'll pause it, but yeah, I'll go to the home screen for a bit. But again, thank you, Pong, for being here with me on a week-to-week basis. But of course, I gotta pass it off to you, man. The uncanny gentleman himself. Lead the people to victory. Let them know where they can find you, man. And again, always much love and appreciation.
Always love, brother. You know that. Nothing but respect for everything you do behind the scenes. And man, again, Saturdays just start off so fantastic for me by doing this with you. We get to catch up, a lot like what Mav and I talked about on PM and the PM on Thursday. You and I don't get to talk like we used to a lot because we're both ultra busy right now. So catching up, this is more like a catch up. This is hanging out with my brother.
Yeah.
And just talking about what's been going on for the week it's about an industry. We don't talk about all of our family stuff or anything like that, but we catch up on the stuff that we're passionate about, this hobby that we love. And we happen to be able to do it in front of over 50 people a week consistently that join us live at some point during our show. That's what we do here, man. We just have a good time and we get them involved as well. And that's the way I love to start off my weekend. And so appreciate you, man. You know that. And again, another happy birthday to you, bro. Glad you're around here. Glad I got to say that. I've met you through this community, and man, now you've become one of my best friends just by that. And it's crazy to think about this, but happy that you have made it to 30, that you're catching up to me at this point, that we're both old men now, that I'm not doing a podcast with some 20-year-old. It's fantastic that I'm doing a podcast with a 30-year-old instead. So happy to be here, man. Chat, you guys were all absolutely incredible. And hey, before I get into my outros, anybody still here listening to this? We started off the show doing a little bit of extra work for the brothers from over on Midweek Mix-Up Collective. Of course, Xbox International is a part of that. Shout out to Crazy Louie. Shout out to Sour Blow. Shout out to Siphon. All those guys over there, those amazing guys. But Sour Blow Gaming, his YouTube is Sour Blow Gaming 18. Next weekend, prior to our show, 9 a.m. Eastern, he is premiering a new video that he has put together about Xbox in Japan. Something that Steel and I have passionately talked about here. Obviously, Phil, Sarah Bond, all of them. Xbox is big in trying to get that door cracked over in the East, and it seems like it's working. Well, Sour Blow Gaming has put together a video that he's premiering, again, 9 a.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time, next Saturday prior to our show. I'm going to drop the link in there again. Please go check it out. Put it on your list of things to watch next weekend and be there. He does a lot of great work. For anybody who doesn't know about Sour Blow, go check out his stuff. Does great, fantastic work over there. So please go check that out. Otherwise, another Living Splitscreen episode 66 is in the books. Thank you all for being here. Love you all. You can find me Pong Soul on Xbox, Pong Soul on Twitter, as always. I will follow you back I'm not as active as I'd like to be anymore because of work during the day. I used to be able to hang out, pandemic, not a whole lot going on, had a lot of free time. That's all gone out the window. But I am still around. I still do retweet a ton of stuff. I still do put out thoughts from time to time on Twitter. So feel free to follow me, and I will follow you back for sure. Otherwise, tonight, the Shop Podcast PTK Blams channel, be there. PTK, Fuzzy Belvedere, myself, we are going to be joined. It's going to get a little extra spicy tonight because we are going to be joined by the one and only Dirt Griggity from We Bleed Green tonight. Hey. It's going to be an awesome show. Love Dirt. WBG, We Bleed Green was one of the first shows I found when I jumped into this community. Yeah, they do some of that console warring that Steel and I talk about, but they make fun of the Warriors more than anything, right? That's what they're about, and they do have some great opinions over at We Bleed Green, so go check them out. But Dirt's going to be joining us tonight on the shop, so be there. It's going to be fun. 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time tonight. You can find me there. Tuesday, I'm going to try my best. I think I'm going to make Xbox Factor this week for a rare appearance these days. So be there Tuesday. Got to be there no matter what because it's Double Barrel Gaming. It's Mr. Boomstick who was in here earlier, one of the greatest members of this community, a guy who supports everybody. You got to be there Tuesdays for all the good green talk on Xbox. 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. We're going to have a great time on Tuesday. Thursdays, PM in the PM, Pong and Mav in the PM over on Fun Speculations channel. Just like this show, most of the time a two-man show. Every once in a while we have a guest over there. But most of the time it's just me and Mav catching up, just like Steel and I do here on the week. And we cover some topics and we talk for 2.5 hours. We don't do Steel and I do. Look, there's only one show that does it the way that Steel and I do for 4+ hours. Living Splitscreen.
Consistently.
But Thursday nights.
Remember that.
Yeah, consistently. Steel and I, look, again, two-man show. I don't think I've seen another one do this. But anyways, PM in the PM, Thursday nights, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. Sometimes we have to adjust the time because me and Mav getting off work doesn't always work out. But most of the time it's 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. Be there. And then Friday nights, Xbox Ultimate, where, man, look, I turned things left last night real early.
Oh, did you?
Real early. It was hilarious. Yeah. Normally I don't take them left, but Mav was doing Mav things, and it was just a slam dunk, and nobody else was saying anything, so I had to go there. It was just too easy, Steel. So I took it left right away. But we always have a great time over on Xbox Ultimate. We had so many laughs last night. I did Psycho's outro last night because he disappeared. He was there, but he disappeared off the screen. Nobody could hear him. So Mav had me impersonate Psycho, which was freaking insane. It was hilarious. Everybody was dying laughing. So join us there, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time, Xbox Ultimate, every Friday night on Fun Speculation Channel. Otherwise, it is the golden age of gaming. People, enjoy this. Pick those energy demons that want to steal your happiness and excitement. Kick them to the curb. Get rid of them. Mute them. Block them. Whatever you got to do, because most of us are here to enjoy this. And so you should too. Get out there. Play something this weekend. Enjoy it. Play what you love. Love what you play. And I'm going to talk to you all real soon. Tonight, Shop Podcast, PTK Blams channel. Steel, get us out of here.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I want to thank you again for listening to us here every Saturday morning, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, and 3 p.m. UK time. And we'll see you next week on episode 67 of the Living Splitscreen Morning Show. You guys have a fantastic rest of your day. May the gods walk with y'all. Y'all stay safe out there. And like Pong said, hey, don't let this energy demons get you down. And like I say, make sure you take that RTF view, pull yourself out of the world, look at the darker crevices of the map, pull those resources together. Let's continue having these groundbreaking conversations that really build out our community's foundation. Y'all stay easy, stay blessed. Much love. Peace.